We are going to start this session in next 5 minutes. There are few overseas delegates whose flights got delayed and they arrived in the early morning. So we are expecting a few more overseas delegates in some more time. So kindly bear with us for another 5 minutes and we are going to start the session in next 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your patience.
Hello, hello. Mic testing. Hello.
Good morning once again. May I request all the audience to kindly take your positions. We are going to start the program soon. Request everyone to kindly settle down, please. Very good morning to all the distinguished guests, dignitaries, and delegates joined from the world to this beautiful pearl city of Hyderabad on this momentous day. Myself, Lakshmi Prasanna, Director Regulatory Affairs in Pharmaceutical, and I'm so honored and privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India for the 9th edition of International Pharmaceutical Exhibition, IPHEX 2023. Thank you so much for giving us your precious time and joining us today. IPHEX is being organized by Pharmaceutical with the kind support of Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, on the occasion of India's presidency of G20 to showcase the leadership role of Indian pharmaceutical industry to the world. And it's a great joy for me to have this opportunity to host the officials and the industry stalwarts from every nook and corner of the world, and to showcase the entire spectrum of the drugs and pharmaceuticals of India to the world. Thank you so much once again for joining us today. With that note, I take this opportunity to invite the guests of today's event with a request to come onto the dais and occupy the distinguished chair. First, let me invite our Director General, Mr. Ravi Udaya Bhaskar, to please come onto the stage and take the respective chair. Please put your hands together to welcome Mr. Ravi Udaya Bhaskar, who doesn't need introduction, I believe. Thank you so much, sir. May I now take the opportunity to invite Shri Tushar Kode, Chairman for IPHEX 2023, to grace the dais. Mr. Tushar Kode is the member of Committee of Administration, and he is currently on board for 5 reputed pharma companies. May I now request our Director General to welcome Mr. Tushar Kode with floral bouquet. Hearty welcome, sir. Please put your hands together to welcome our IPHEX Chairman. Thank you so much, sir. May I now request Shri Namit Joshi, Vice Chairman of Pharmaceutical, to come forward and grace the dais. Shri Namit Joshi is the Commercial Director at Centred Pharmaceuticals. I request our Director General to present a floral bouquet to our Vice Chairman, Shri Namit Joshi. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me to invite our Chairman Pharmaceutical, Shri Veeramani, to come onto the dais and grace the chair. And I request once again our Director General, Mr. Uday Bhaskar, to welcome Chairman onto the dais. Shri Veeramani ji is a distinguished professional of the pharma industry and having served for the Indian Drugs Manufacturers Association as a national president. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Now, I am profusely elated to take this opportunity to welcome our special guest, Shri Madan Mohan Reddy ji, Co-Chair for the International Trade Committee of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance and the whole-time Director for Aurobindo Pharma. Welcome you, sir, onto the stage. And I request Shri Tushar Kode, IPHEX Chairman, to welcome Shri Madan Mohan Reddy ji with a floral bouquet. Hearty welcome to you, sir. We feel so honored to have with us today Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi, Drugs Controller General of India, the India's national drug regulator. We request you to kindly grace the dais and please put your hands together to welcome Dr. Rajiv Raghuvamshi. I request Shri Namit Joshi, Vice Chairman of Pharmaceutical, to present a floral bouquet and welcome Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi. Please put your hands together to welcome our Drugs Controller General of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi. It's my great honor and pleasure to invite the chief guest of today's program, Srimati Indu Nair, Joint Secretary from the Department of Commerce, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India, to grace the dais onto the stage. And I request our Director General, Mr. Ravi Udaya Bhaskar, to welcome Madam Indu Nair with a floral bouquet. We warmly welcome you, ma'am, and please put your hands together to welcome Madam Indu Nair. Thank you so much, ma'am. I consider it a great honor to welcome today's special guest and the guest of honor, Honorable Dr. Lino Tom, Minister of Health from Papua New Guinea. Welcome you, sir, to grace the dais. May I request our Chairman, Sri Veeramani ji, to welcome Honorable Minister with the floral bouquet, please. On behalf of entire PHARMEXIL, I thank you so much, sir, for providing your gracious presence to join us and elated our journey. Thank you so much, and I request all the distinguished guests to kindly grace the distinguished chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all amazing people sharing the similar vision and striving for the best of the humankind. It's our customary and the tradition to start the inaugural of the program with the lamp lighting ceremony. The lighted lamp is a symbol of auspiciousness, and it is our culture to light the lamp before the start of the program. To do this, I would like to invite our esteemed guests and dignitaries on the dais, Srimati Indu Nair, Honorable Minister Dr. Lino Tom, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi, Sri Madan Mohan Reddy, and our Chairman Veeramani and Vice Chairman Namit Joshi and Director General and IPHEX Chairman to come forward to light the lamp and inaugurate the program. Can we have the light to be presented to the distinguished guests, please? Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity, as sunlight expels the darkness of night. Similarly, blessings bring in our lives prosperity and happiness. Thank you all. May I now request all of you to stand up and request the dignitaries also to stand up and sing together for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्च चञ्चल जलधितरङ्गा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you all, and I request everyone to kindly take their respective seats, please. With that, we are proceeding the start of the program, and to do that, I would request our chairman, Sri Veeramani, to give the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. Respected Chief Guest and Joint Secretary, EP Pharma, Department of Commerce, Srimati Indu Nair, and respected Guest of Honor, respected Drugs Control General of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Bhagwansi, and also respected special guest of today, Dr. Lino Tom, Honorable Minister for Health, Papua New Guinea, and former Chairman of PharmaCell, Sri Madan Mohan Reddy Garu, and also Vice Chairman of PharmaCell, Sri Namit Joshi, Director General of PharmaCell, Dr. Uday Bhaskar, and IPHEX Chairman, Tushar Kode, and galaxy of respected international buyers here, regulators and exhibitors, business visitors, and other dignitaries. Good morning to everyone again. And I have all the pleasure in welcome you to this 9th edition of the IPHEX, an international pharmaceutical exhibition. Our Indian pharmaceutical industry has carved out a unique distinction in reaching quality pharmaceuticals to more than 200 countries of the world. And they say there are very few commodities which goes to 200 countries from India, and one is pharmaceuticals. And pharmaceuticals are the 5th largest commodity group amongst all the commodities exported from India, and is considered as ranked amongst the potential sectors by Government of India. Last year, we exported $25.394 billion US worth of pharmaceuticals, and are now in set for a goal of 28 billion this year. This is because of the wide pharmaceuticals we are offering with good quality, reliability, and affordability, and be all the there are be it a formulation or biologicals, or vaccines, or APIs, Ayush, herbals, surgicals, we are offering a wide range. And all this is possible because of the thousands of pharmaceutical plants, accredited plants in India, almost around 700 USA accredited EU approved plant, equal number of European plants, and also the 2,000 GMP WHO plants. And there are a good reservoir of pharmaceutical scientists in India, professionals, pharmaceutical professionals, and all these things are happening over the several years now. And in this particular event, IPHEX, there are nearly 400 exhibitors exhibiting their products, and around 6,600 overseas delegates, as well as around 10,000 visitors expected from India and abroad for this event. A great event with a buyer-seller meet, as well as CEOs panel discussions and on quality, compliance, and also collaboration, export opportunities with G20 countries. Overall, IPHEX 2023 promises to be an event with exchange of knowledge and business opportunities. We are very fortunate to have our Secretary, Joint Secretary, EP Pharma from Srimati Indu Nair from Department of Commerce participating in this event. Most welcome, Madam. The Department of Commerce has lent a great support for this event, as well as for bringing the overseas visitors to India. We are also honored to have the presence of our Drugs Controller General of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Bhagwansi, for gracing the occasion. Most welcome, sir. And his presence symbolizes the importance we give for quality and compliance of pharmaceuticals. It's a matter of pride that Dr. Leon Tom, Honorable Minister of Health, Papua New Guinea, is participating, and we are very, very honored to have you, sir. Most welcome to you. An event of such a magnitude being organized under the chairmanship of Dr. Mr. Tushar Korde, along with our Director General, Sri Uday Bhaskar, and team, Mr. Murali Krishna, and other directors mentioning Lakshmi Prasanna, and also Kamal Bharadwaj and all. And they have done a fantastic job in organizing this great event. Please give them a big hand. I would like to welcome them also. On behalf of Pharmaceutical, I have all the pleasure in welcoming all our overseas delegates who have come all the way, global regulators who have come all the way to India to be with us, to be our guests, and all our exhibitors and all the delegates for IPHEX 23. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for the welcome note and setting the context for today's program. I now take the opportunity of to invite our Director General, Sri Ravi Uday Bhaskar, to brief about Pharmaceutical and IPHEX for this August gathering. Welcome you, sir.
The Chairman, Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India, Mr. Veeramani, and today's chief guest, and the strong person behind this event, and the Joint Secretary, PHARMA, Srimati Indu Nair, and our National Drug Authority Chief, CDSCO, Dr. Rajiv Sri Raghuvamshi, Drugs Controller General of India, and today's special guest who traveled far off from PNG to be part of this engagement, Dr. Lino Tom, Honorable Minister for Health, Papua New Guinea, and ex-chairman and whole-time director, Mr. Madan Mohan Reddy, who is also happens to be the co-chairman of Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance International Trade Committee, and Mr. Namit Joshi, Vice Chairman, Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India, and Mr. Tushar Korde, the Chairman of IPHEX, and members of the Committee of Administration, and past chairman. I also recognize the presence of Mr. Dinesh Dua, who was the past chairman of Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India, and the national president of IDMA and BDMA, and my dear friends from different countries, and industry members from India, and ladies and gentlemen. The time allotted to me is only 5 minutes. We are already 30 minutes late. So I'll try to cover up within that 5 minutes. I think I have already consumed more than a minute to address all these names. So I would like to mention about the IPHEX. IPHEX, in the initial days, we started more as a business entity and business meetings. This is one of the biggest shows nowhere in the world is organized, supported by the Ministry of Commerce in inviting the foreign delegates to showcase the Indian capabilities of Indian pharmaceutical industry and to provide a platform to have a business engagements. That was an idea. Of late, we started focusing on different engagements in addition to the business. To do business, the regulators also in that process, and FTAs, and the discussions among the participants. All these 9 editions, almost 4,500 delegates have participated in this, and from more than 100 countries, and 3,500 people have exhibited their products. Now it has become a very big show. And every time we are getting a response from most of the countries, not less than 100. The government of India is seriously involved, and with the support of our missions, we can able to have a dialogue with the regulators, and Pharmaceutical is playing a very pivotal role in not only promoting the business, we are also playing a role in facilitating Indian manufacturers to have their meetings with the global regulators. You are all aware of that. In 2019, we organized, it was national regulatory authorities are here. In 2022, we organized a global regulators conclave with an objective, particularly the post-COVID, to have a convergence among the regulators to ease the process. It was attended by 70 regulators representing 50 countries. I think nowhere in the world, basing on a call from the Export Promotion Council, such a huge number of regulators attended. The CDSCO is also part of that engagement. And there are very serious discussions. Most of the countries are interested to work very closely with each other, particularly after taking the lessons of the pandemic. So in that process, this time we are focusing more on the G20. As you are aware of that, the programs are also circulated to everyone. We are organizing a CEO's roundtable on potential collaboration among G20 countries, business prospects for India. So the one way the business meetings are happening, and the exhibition is happening, and showcasing of their products are happening. But we need to discuss how we move forward. So as you also know that most of the countries in the G20 are highly regulated, and out of 25.4 billion US dollars, we are exporting more than 17.5 billion to these countries. So we wanted to have a special discussions, and we have representatives from these countries, and how we can work in that direction, keeping in view of India's presidency of G20. And you are also aware of that. The future is going to be the biopharmaceuticals, biologicals, biosimilars, and the vaccines. The vaccine industry is 120 billion globally, and the biosimilars industry is 27 billion. And if you take the biopharmaceuticals, 260 billion. But our share is very marginal and very minuscule. So in that, we need to have a serious discussions. The government is also very keen in supporting the industry, particularly in the area of research and innovation. So that is going to be the future of Indian pharmaceutical industry tomorrow. So if you continue to manufacture the conventional generic drugs, the future is not going to be ours. So our company is also moving in that direction. We are organizing the 2 panel discussions on biopharmaceuticals and vaccines. The another point, everybody talks about Pharmaceuticals Export Promotion Council of India to promote Indian pharmaceutical exports. But if you see most of our activities, we should always focus on quality, compliance, and patient safety. When I was there in Cairo, in one of the panel discussions, which was organized by the president of the Egypt, there are very senior representatives from UN and the CDC of Africa and all. They said that DG Pharmaceutical is here to promote the Indian pharmaceutical exports. And I said that the promotion I need not come to. During pandemic, we have recorded 18% growth rate. We continued that legacy. My objective is here is to address the unequal distribution of the pharmaceuticals and medicines to the unprivileged countries. That is the objective made me to be here, and not only the business. Keeping in view of that, we invited DCGI and ma'am also here. So we are going to talk about the quality complaints and patient safety. This is one of the panel discussions. The overall focus is the quality complaints, patient safety, how we can move forward in the area of biosimilars and biopharmaceuticals and vaccines. And the another one is that the G20 presidency of India, how we can collaborate and how it is going to have a business prospects among the G20 countries. With this, I'm once again very much thankful to all my team members, Lakshmi, Murali, Kamal Bharadwaj, and Mr. Rollins, Prashant. There are so many names. I think my joint secretary asked me 20 days back, with a small team, how you can do that. I said that each person in the PharmExcel is equal to 1,000 people. I have that confidence. They delivered these goods. So we will continue to do that in helping the Indian pharmaceutical exporters. And we will be with you. And I'm once again thankful to all the participating organizations and everyone. In the coming few days, 3 days, you are going to have a good business meetings and good deliberations. And we have also organized a industry visit. I'm very much thankful to Arabindo. He readily accepted to showcase their facility for the foreign procurement agencies. We also have procurement agencies and very senior officials from different governments. So also part of this event. With this, I stop here. And I have already crossed my 5 minutes limit. So thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful leadership and guidance for the entire pharma industry. Moving on, let me take the pleasure of inviting our guest of honor, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, the Drugs Controller General of India from the CDSCO Government of India, to address this august gathering. Welcome you, sir.
Good morning. It's a pleasure for me to stand in front of this august gathering. Respected Madam Indu Nair, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Commerce and Industries. Dr. Veeramani, Chairman of PharmExcel. Uday Bhaskarji, Director General, PharmExcel. Honorable Health Minister, PNG, Dr. Lino Tom, other dignitaries on the dais, and delegates. As I said, it's a pleasure this morning for me to stand in front of all of you and share my views with respect to what, from regulatory point of view, this government and the country is doing to keep that confidence among the global fraternity of India being the pharmacy of the world. So let me start with just one request to give a big hand for this country and the people. A lot of you standing here, sitting here, who actually did the miracle during Corona. And together we could actually fight this pandemic. We recently came out of it. And everything what we did was also beyond this country. And we helped a lot of other countries in this world to fight the pandemic. And it was all because of people sitting here. And that's the reason I wanted to request you all to give a big hand for all those people who work together to help the world. So let me start with a few numbers. And those numbers are not something which are not known to most of you. But just to set the context, the current Indian pharma business is about 50 billion, 50% exports, 50% domestic. And the projection of crossing $100 billion by 2028 and maybe 120 or 130 by 2030. So almost becoming 3 times in next 6-7 years. We are the top generic manufacturers for the world. We produce 20% of generics for US market, the biggest pharmaceutical market in the world. We have, so just a correction, 20% of the global generics volume and 40% of generics for US. And when it comes to UK, we are supplying about 25% of the complete medicines being sold in United Kingdom. 60% of the global volume of the vaccines is being produced in India. 50% of the need of the African countries is being served by Indian exporters. And as alluded by Uday Bhaskarji, more than 200 countries are being served by the Indian manufacturers. So these numbers are actually just an indicator, and the opportunity which is lying in front of us when we see the future of the pharmaceutical business for this country. And when we are going to become 3 times of the current size, the best thing which we can look at is the opportunity which is lying in front of us when we think of the pharmaceutical business. A very rough estimate that if we are doing things in the right way, each one of us can actually make our turnover 3 times of what we are doing currently. It's a huge opportunity for the whole of the pharmaceutical business currently, which we are doing. So the opportunity is huge. But we have to also understand one thing which is very important, especially for pharmaceutical domain, because we are working with patients, we are touching the lives of human beings. So we have to understand that at the core of this whole business is the quality. Everything is knitted around the core, which is quality. And the opportunity which we have to maybe triple our turnover and the business size will depend only on one factor, which is how soon we realize that quality is at the core of everything. We will have to actually come out of the short-term thinking of quick gains and maybe look towards the long-term strategy, that how do we deal with the quality with the strategy to grow the business. And I have been telling at different forums that as manufacturers, we have to understand it and we have to take it in the right spirit, that quality is the integral part of the pharmaceutical products which we are making. It is actually it has to be as essential as putting a drug in the formulation. Unless until we understand this particular fact, we would probably be not in a position to capitalize the opportunity which we have today in front of us. And for that, one thing on the spiritual side is that unless until we put a purpose which is bigger than individual, we will not be able to do that. And that is something, for me, is the crux of the whole business. We have to identify purpose for each one of us, be it businessman, be it buyer, be it seller, that we have to have one purpose which is bigger than the individual. And the day we realize this and take it as our philosophy, we would have traveled more than 50% of the distance which we need to travel for capitalizing the opportunity. When it comes to regulations, the regulatory in this country for the pharmaceutical domain has actually traveled long since the DNC Act was enacted sometime in 1940s, pre-independence. A lot of amendments have happened, lots of improvements have happened, lots of rules have been brought to streamline the business. And today, lot of facilitation is happening through regulation. And probably regulation has also contributed a lot in developing the pharmaceutical domain in this country in last 75 years post-independence. And it is a continuous process. We are trying to rationalize it further. We are trying to do a lot of things from the export has established itself. The globe, the world has recognized the potential. It is all happening because of the big infrastructure we have created through the efforts of government, the government policies, the regulations. Largest number of USFDA approved plants outside US. Largest number of probably the colleges producing technocrats. One of the best institutions in terms of IIMs, IITs. And as this whole pharma domain has become more and more interdisciplinary, these colleges, these institutions, they are producing the technocrats, the professionals, to deal with the complexity of the whole domain, which is becoming more and more complex. And because of all this infrastructure, we have been able to do what we have been doing since last so many years. And I think this is a right forum to also let you know that probably about 50 years ago, the situation of pharmaceuticals was at a place where we were probably starting the exports from this country in pharmaceutical. Today, we are in the same situation for medical devices. The medical device, if you see today, we just about a year back, not even a year, since we got this medical device industry under regulation. And 50% of it is already in the regulation. Remaining 50% would happen from 1st of October of this year. And a lot of policy interventions are happening at this point in time. The medical device policy was recently released. So government is actually facilitating the growth of the medical device industry. Next 10, 15 years, you will see maybe a next pharma size and kind of volumes and the business opportunity coming from medical device. So all this is actually giving that whole opportunity to people like you sitting here. The volume of current medical device is maybe around $11 billion from India when it comes to the business of medical device. Only 1.5% on the global of the global trade is with India. If you compare against about 20-25% of the global trade of pharmaceuticals in our hands, see the opportunity which is there available for all of you when it comes to medical device industry. So again, coming to the point of we have to realize and appreciate the opportunity, and we have to prepare to capitalize that. To this audience, as the head of the National Regulatory Agency from this country, I just wanted to ensure and assure all of you that we are as a country, in complete control of the situation. We are here to help and facilitate for the industry to capitalize the opportunity which you have. Whatever is possible, we will certainly do from the government side, because we want to keep that position of pharmacy of the world, which we have reached with difficulty with the help of all of you. And reaching to top is not easy, it is difficult. But maintaining that position at the top is more difficult than reaching there. And today, India as a country is at a stage where we have to maintain that position and keep serving the whole world when it comes to supplying the affordable medicine with the best possible quality. And with this, I'll end it today, this morning. Thanks a lot for hearing patiently, and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the guidance and the facilitatory measures for the Indian industry to make sure the compliance levels to the best of the standards. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so humbled to present you that the Indian Pharmaceutical Alliance, IPA, undertook a study to assess the market access barriers in the pharmaceutical sector, especially in India's key export destinations. This study report is prepared by Economic Law Practice in collaboration with PharmExcel. And on this auspicious day, the IPA has taken a call in collaboration with PharmExcel to launch this study report and made it available for the public. So we are going to have that IPA study report soon, and I would like to request Shri Madan Mohan Reddy, co-chairman for the International Trade Committee of IPA, to brief the August gathering on the study report conducted by IPA. Please put your hands together to welcome Shri Madan Mohan Reddy ji for his address, please.
To minimize the time, I respectful people on the dais, good morning. The Indian pharma industry has achieved significant growth in both domestic and global market for the last 5 decades. From contributing just 5% of the medicine consumption in 1969, the remaining is from the global pharma. And today, the share of made in India medicines in India pharma market is now robust 80% in 2020. More importantly, during this period, we also established leading position in the global generic pharmaceutical landscape, and today we contribute more than 20% by volume of global generic market and more than 60% the global demand of vaccines. The industry is playing key role in driving improvement of public health outcome both in India and global market. The pharma sector has been contributing significantly to Indian economy growth as one of the top 10 sectors in reducing trade deficit and attracting the foreign direct investment. The pharmaceutical sector attracted cumulative FDI inflow worth 20 billion between 2000 April to September 2022. It is of prime importance also due to trade surplus. It has been generating with pharmaceutical exports accounting $20.7 billion and imports of $2.3 billion in 2020. The industry employs over 2.7 million people either directly or indirectly and ranks third in terms of volume and 14th in terms of value globally. The pharmaceutical exports from the country have seen growth of 3.25% at $25.39 billion during this 22-23, and our major exports destinations are US, Europe, Africa, and Asian countries. The industry aspires to grow $120 to $130 billion by 2030. To achieve this, one of the main components will be to enhance that our export of pharmaceutical products by consolidating the current market and also explore other large out under unpenetrated markets. Despite India demonstrating its ability as a pharmaceutical powerhouse by virtue of being largest generic manufacturer in the world and the largest supplier of COVIDs to the world, there are still certain hurdles that we face when it comes to being able to effortlessly export medicines around the globe. Keeping this in perspective, we undertook a study which has assessed existing trade barriers faced by Indian pharmaceutical companies, key export destinations, and provide recommendations that may be used as an inputs by the industry in the export markets and also form inputs for FDA, CECA discussions with the Government of India. The report of being is prepared inspiration from the National Trade Estimate Report of Foreign Trade Barriers by the US government. This is the first report, and our intention is to keep updating the report, and we go forward also analyze export markets in coming time. Extensive stakeholders consultations with industry representatives from the subjective countries were conducted to gather valuable insights and perspective, enhancing the report's credibility and relevance. The reports are intended to shed some light on some of these barriers so that they can be remedied, and we can ensure smooth and efficient trade with our partners. Further, given the industry is one of the strategic industry continuing hugely the Indian economy, the benefits of enhancing exports from the sector will bring corresponding to the gains to the India. The reports has been concluded thanks to efforts of ELP and Pharmaceutical and IPA in sorting the wheat from the chaff and creating a product that provides a single resource of understanding and regulatory environment of a country at a glance. The report covers some of the key export destinations for the pharmaceutical products, that is in Australia, Canada, Israel, UAE, UK, United States, and the market access barriers introduced by jurisdictions. In Australia, despite being one of India's closest allies, these are some barriers that are challenged. The mandatory requirement to set up a sponsor in Australia to export pharmaceutical is on us. This is a separate entity who must be present physically in Australia all times to import goods and manage documentary requirements. And Canada generics would benefit from some policy changes. There is no exclusivity for marketing generics. Also, for a generic drug to be treated as an equivalent to a patent drug, the drug must contain an identical amount of identical medicinal ingredients. This is very inflexible criteria for not equivalence and must be changed. As per Israel, is a mandate approval in third-party reference countries before it approves many medicines. The create barrier is getting approved by any new and unique drug. Also, in the context of public procurement, Israel follows a closed tendering process which makes government tenders inaccessible. UAE, the price for drugs is fixed in according to the price in the country of origin and does not account of any additional cost of business is getting product to the UAE. Given to the good communication changes that Indian government has with the UAE, this can be addressed in good time. As for UK concern, if a drug is from a non-European economic area country where there is no separate equivalence agreement, it undergoes a complete qualitative and quantitative analysis. Ideally, India must broker a deal with UK to accept our GMP certificate and similar documentation in order to hasten the process of getting Indian drugs to the UK, maybe under the framework of the ongoing FDI negotiations. US concerns, the FDA approval process continues to be cumbersome and costly. Trials tend to several years and administrative delays are common. India is a strong position to be the supplier of choice of medicines, though its technical competence, installed capacity, and medicine manufacturing. Even after being a major supplier to the US, it is discriminated and still is not to the list of Trade Agreement Act compliant countries, which hampers Indian supplies to the US government. Request is to consider India is to be part of TAA designated list of countries. Patent law issue is the US where patent thickest and product hopping constitute a significant concern. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all who all present at this event. Your presence and participation were invaluable. We sincerely hope that the insights shared with us in the informed and effective procurement and policy discussions, ultimately contributing to positive outcomes and advancements in respective fields. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we'll be having the official launch of the report by our chief guest, Srimati Indu Nair. And for the official launch, I request all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais also to join. And I also warmly welcome Mr. Sudarshan Jain, the Secretary General of IPA, and Mr. Suhail Nathani, the Managing Director of ELP Advocates and Solicitors, also to join the dais for the launch of the report. And I also invite Mr. Sanjay Nathani from ELP and Ms. Archana, Associate Secretary General from IPA, also to kindly join for the report launch. May we have the copies to be presented? Yes, please. I'm sure this report is going to give a lot of insights for the policy makers as the government of India is contemplating to have the trade negotiations with many countries. The insights and the measures being recommended in this report are going to be helpful for the industry in a bigger way. Can we have copies for all the dignitaries on the dais, please? Yeah. Yes. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us for the report launch. Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, let me take the pleasure of inviting our chief guest, Srimati Indu Nair, for the address for the August gathering. Srimati Indu Nair has been supporting the Pharmaceutical and the Indian industry in various capacities, and she is a pillar of strength for the Pharmaceutical and our activities. We are so honored to have you with us, ma'am, and I warmly welcome you for your speech, please.
Honorable guest, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant good morning to all of you. I'm very happy to be in this wonderful city of Hyderabad to participate in the prestigious event, the 9th edition of IPHEX. It's a privilege to be with such esteemed gathering of leaders and stakeholders from the drugs, pharmaceutical, and healthcare industry from across the globe. The high-level participation indeed reflects the potential and the reach of the Indian pharmaceutical sector. We have the esteemed Health Minister of PMG with us today, and we are very honored to have him here. So this indicates the level of the event. At the outset, I would like to highlight some of the key achievements of our industry. I know you have already, the earlier speakers have already given you, a lot of data, so I'm not wanting to repeat the data here. India is a global leader of pharmaceutical production. We are the world's third largest by production volume. With a huge range of high quality and advanced healthcare technologies, the Indian industry caters to a diverse range of areas. Indian pharma industry has been growing steadily over the last 2 decades, and we have crossed over $50 billion, and we are aiming to reach $130 billion by 2030. The world relies on Indian pharma industry for its medicinal needs. India exports to over 210 destinations across the world. 9 Indian companies are featuring among the top 25 global generic companies. Behind our pharma success story is a world-class manufacturing excellence, robust infrastructure, cost competitiveness, trained human capital, and innovation. India's pharmaceutical exports in the last financial year stood at $25.4 billion with a growth of around 3.25%. Generic formulations have a 70% share in our export, and 55% of our exports are destined to highly regulated, stringent regulatory authorities like USA, UK, and Europe. We also have huge presence in South Africa, Latin American countries, and Southeast Asia. 30% of our exports are going to the US market. In fact, we have more US FDA-approved plants in India than in USA. We also have strong presence and growing collaboration with Africa. India shares 38.25% of Africa's generic market. The large number of participants from Africa in the event attest to the importance of our partnership. Our trade with Southeast Asia and South Asia are also expanding. So we look forward to having mutual recognition agreements or MOUs kind of arrangements in place to strengthen our collaboration. India advocates utilization of its huge manufacturing capacities for global needs. We witnessed during pandemic how the Indian industry adjusted its production capabilities to meet the surging demand for essential medicines all over the world. During the pandemic time, we catered to more than 200 countries, and we got recognized as the pharmacy of the world. And that is the time when we ourselves were struggling to meet our demands. Post-pandemic, India has been steadily moving up the value chain. As every country is focusing on building drug security, we believe more value can be created by building strong supply chain with adequate flexibility and resilience. We have also prioritized the development of robust regulatory frameworks and stringent quality control measures. We are now manufacturing for the world under the production-linked incentive scheme. Our DG and DCGIA spoke in a very inspiring manner about how the story of India's pharma industry. And I can assure you that the quality control is in the right hand now. We have a very able drug controller in command, and this DG and DCGI are the technical persons who would be leading from the front. India has initiated the production of 53 key starting materials and APIs used in the manufacturing of life-saving drugs and advanced medical devices under the production-linked incentive scheme. This would go a long way in expanding our production in these areas. Enhanced cooperation in pharma sector is a key deliberation in our negotiations with other partners, including in trade agreement negotiations. We have special arrangement with UAE, Singapore, and Australia for fast-tracking our pharma products, the registration of our pharma products. And we are also discussing with other major partners like EU, UK and Canada, and we are wanting to address this NTB issues, the non-tariff barriers, through the FTAs and through discussions and through collaboration with our missions and other stakeholders. The future pace of growth will be faster, and we want to focus more on innovation, molecules, biosimilars and biologics, and high-end medical devices. We are also working on strengthening backward integration of critical inputs, contract research and manufacturing services to improve access to affordable medicines across the world. Capacity building, investment, and artificial intelligence in pharma supply chains are other important areas of our consideration. Ladies and gentlemen, this year, the 9th edition of IPHEX holds great significance as it coincides with India's G20 presidency. We are hosting an exclusive G20-focused roundtable to deliberate on cooperation among G20 countries to address health emergencies. We would also be taking some of you for our manufacturing site visits to give you a flavor of the out-of-state production centers of the country. I am certain that IPHEX will facilitate building new partnership and substantive and meaningful discussions. In conclusion, I congratulate Pharmaceutical for organizing with a small team, organizing this remarkable exhibition for providing a platform that fosters dialogue, innovation, and progress. I wish you all a successful and fruitful exhibition filled with meaningful discussions which would facilitate building valuable partnership. And I look forward to interacting with all of you in person. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your continued guidance for the entire Indian pharma industry. Moving on, let me have the pleasure and privilege to invite the special guest and the guest of honor for today's program, Honorable Dr. Lino Tom, the Honorable Minister of Health from the Papua New Guinea. Sir, we warmly welcome you, sir, and kindly address this august gathering. We are so honored to have you with us on today's occasion.
Good morning, everyone. Let me take this opportunity to thank the lady in charge for giving me this opportunity. Distinguished guests, in the interest of time, let me observe all protocols. And of course, let me acknowledge all the wonderful people who are here this morning, especially those of us who have actually come from outside of India to attend this prestigious event. Well, as a medical doctor myself and the Minister for Health of Papua New Guinea, a country which is located in the Pacific, I'm honored to be given this moment as guest of honor to speak on the inauguration of the 9th edition of the Indian Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India, happening here at the IPHEX Exhibition Center in Hyderabad. On behalf of the government of Papua New Guinea, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Chairman, Mr. S. Veermani, and Director General, Mr. Udaya Bhaskar, of the Pharmaceutical Export Council of India, the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, and the Government of India. Let me also acknowledge the presence and attendance of course, the participants from other countries, businesses, governments who are here for the 9th edition of the Indian Pharmaceutical Export Promotion Council of India. Unlike the previous speakers, I'll probably make a slight deviation and speak in regards to the issues we face as a country. My country shares a common land and sea border with bigger neighbors like Australia to the south and Indonesia to the west, two differing and very dynamic markets in terms of population, market size, economy, as well as the manufacturing capacities for medicine. The market access to manufacturing countries that produce high quality and affordable generic medicines makes it difficult for smaller markets, given our economic position, market size, and regulatory capacities. Papua New Guinea and smaller Pacific Island countries face the same challenge, where the market access to manufacturing countries is further challenged by the geographic position on the globe. With these challenges, I would like to take this moment to extend my government's sincere gratitude to the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi for visiting Papua New Guinea and having dialogue with Pacific Island countries on the evening of the 21st of May 2023. It's a month back in Port Moresby. His visit strongly underscores the close relationship of India with the Pacific Island countries. His visit also brought to fore the need to revisit and implement an existing memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the Republic of India and the Ministry of Health of Papua New Guinea, signed on the 29th of April 2016 in Port Moresby. The MOU calls for cooperation in the field of healthcare and medical science. It is in accordance with this MOU that my ministry has accepted the invitation by the Pharmaceutical Export Council of India and brought a small delegation to explore the opportunities for cooperation in the area of medicines and health technologies. I believe the 9th Expo presents an opportunity for us to engage with appropriate exporters. With a sizable pharmaceutical expenditure originating from the national government allocation, it has become necessary that the government explore viable options to meet the pharmaceutical needs of a country in a sustainable manner. Issues of supply interruption and stockouts are matters the government wants to properly address in collaboration with our partners in India. The country has a priority listing of about 4,000 plus medicines and medical products. From this list, there is a need for over 280 essential medicines alone, including antibiotics, analgesics, cancer medicines, and others. Taking the Memorandum of Understanding as cue, my government wants to use the attendance on the 9th Pharmaceutical Export Council of India Expo here in Hyderabad to meet and connect with appropriate manufacturers that are able to explore relationship with the government of Papua New Guinea in the following areas. Firstly, we want to see if we can make some state-to-state arrangements and agreements to procure medicines directly from India. Secondly, to establish partnership with local distributors in Papua New Guinea with manufacturers here in India. Number 3, to establish local manufacturing capacity in our country for production of basic consumables. The government intends to ensure also that manufacturers and exporters are interested in engaging with and are compliant to legal and regulatory requirements of Papua New Guinea as far as quality and safety are concerned and the products that they supply, that are affordable and competitive as far as pricing is concerned, compliant to international standards for manufacturing quality, product quality specifications, including subscriptions to WHO and other international standards. Let me thank the Pharmaceutical Export Council of India for bringing us and giving us this opportunity to engage meaningfully and hopefully foster meaning and a beneficial relationship to help us provide health care for our people. Affordable medicine is a global need. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for joining us and sharing your insights about the collaboration between India and Papua New Guinea, especially in the healthcare and pharmaceutical sector. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to honor the pharma industry for the tremendous efforts towards achieving the excellence in the exports. We are now presenting the PharmExcel's Export Performance Awards as a token of recognition for the outstanding export performance achieved by the industry for the financial year of 2021 and 2022 in the different product categories as well as the research and development in various therapies. In total, we have received 70 self-nominations and a 3-member jury comprising of Professor Chandrakant Kokate, a renowned academician and a former president of Pharmacy Council of India, Shri S.M. Mudda, quality and regulatory professional and the managing director of Mizam Labs, and the jury chaired by Shri Lanka Srinivas, a thought leader of pharma industry and mentor for the research institutions and advisor for PharmExcel. The jury finalized the 20 awardees for the 8 categories based on the export performance for the financial year of 2021-22. So to do the award presentation, let me take the pleasure of inviting Srimati Indu Nair, Joint Secretary from the Department of Commerce, and come forward and to felicitate the awardees. And I also invite our Chairman, Mr. Veeramani, and Director General Sri Uday Bhaskar also to join Madam Indu Nair for the award presentations. We have different categories, and the first round of category is all-round award for the best performance in the overall formulations, APIs, and various categories. So the all-round Gold Star Award goes to Laurus Labs Limited. And I invite Laurus Labs representative to come forward and accept the awardee. Laurus Labs is strong in developing innovative medicines that greatly improve the health outcomes for the patients with an unremitting focus on the quality of the product. Congratulations once again. The next award, All-Round Silver Star Award, goes to Eugia Pharma Specialties Limited. Ineradicable core values of equality, unity, growth, integrity, and accountability. Congratulations for the award, Eugia Pharma Specialties. Please put your hands together. The next award, All-Round Rising Star, goes to Health Caps India Private Limited. Health Caps India Limited is one of the largest manufacturers of HPMC capsules in the world, producing over 17 billion capsules per annum and 40 billion capsules per annum overall. All-Round Performance Award, Rising Star, to Health Caps India Limited. The next award, Emerging Star under All-Round category, goes to Sterile Gene Life Sciences Private Limited. Sterile Gene Life Sciences Private Limited is a global manufacturing company providing value-added end-to-end solutions for pharma companies. Intermediates. Gold Star in API and Intermediates goes to Aarti Drugs Limited. Aarti Drugs Limited is successfully developed around 30 molecules during the past 6 years. Through its innovative and cost-effective process, the company is continuously developing new value-added molecules. Congratulations to Aarti Drugs Limited for being awarded as a Gold Star under API and Intermediates. Next category is Silver Star Award in API and Intermediates, and this year 2 contestants have awarded this Silver Award. So Silver Star Award goes to Metrochem API Private Limited. Metrochem API Private Limited is striving to continue to go into this motto of developing affordable solutions for the healthcare. And this helps to meet their clientele's increasing demand, both by quality and quantity. Congratulations to Team Metrochem. Silver Star in API and Intermediates is also being conferred to Nosh Labs Private Limited. Let me invite Nosh Labs Private Limited Managing Director and Directors to kindly grace the dais to accept the award. Nosh Labs' true prized asset are their highly motivated people and their R&D and customer-oriented approach. Congratulations, Nosh Labs Limited, for this award.
Audio Jungle.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to request Honorable Minister of Health for the Papua New Guinea, Dr. Lino Tom, to move forward and to do the award presentation to the awardees. And I request DG and Chairman to accompany Honorable Minister for the award presentation. In API and Intermediate category, the Rising Star Award goes to Srihas Life Sciences Private Limited. Srihas has a strong R&D team and is fast expanding with the objective of becoming a strong and reliable source of API and intermediate, catering to all the applications. Congratulations, Srihas Life Sciences Private Limited. The next award is the Emerging Star under API and Intermediates category. It goes to Panvo Organics Private Limited. Panvo Organics Private Limited owes to its success to maintaining the adequate inventory and is taking care of the logistics for the efficient supplies of products across the world. Congratulations to Panvo Organics. Please put your hands together to appreciate the tremendous contribution made by all of these Indian companies and awardees.
Audio Jungle.
Moving on to the product category of formulations, the Gold Star Award goes to Biocon Pharma Limited. Biocon Pharma Limited is expanding a wide range of product categories in the US market with newer cancer and antifungal agents, along with the introduction of advanced programs in the training and lab management. Congratulations, the team of Biocon Pharma, for conferring with this Gold Star Award under formulations category. Under formulations category, the Silver Star Award goes to Ajanta Pharma Limited. Ajanta Pharma Limited is so determined to find the answers for the patient needs and motivates them to develop the products and reach early to the markets. That's the key success of Ajanta Pharma, and we appreciate the team of Ajanta Pharma for the Silver Star Award under formulations category. Congratulations once again. The next award under formulations category is the Rising Star Award, and it's been shared between two companies, between Biological E Limited and Scottedil Pharmacia Limited. Let me invite Biological E Limited to receive the Rising Star Award under formulations category. Biological E Limited has a significant presence in the pharmaceuticals and critical care products, besides its impressive range of vaccines supplying to the world. Congratulations for the team of Biological E for their tremendous contribution and achieving this award. As I said, the Rising Star Award is also conferred to Scottedil Pharmacia Limited, Edil Pharmaceutical Limited received the award. Edil Pharmaceutical Limited is committed to deliver the high quality, affordable and easily accessible medicines with a strong emphasis on the quality assurance and adherence to the GMP practices and the regulatory compliance. Congratulations to Edil Pharmaceutical Limited. And the next award under formulations category is the Emerging Star. The Emerging Star Award goes to Edil Advanced Research Laboratories and Education Limited. Another company of Edil Advanced Research and Education Limited with a strong research-backed solutions and dedicated facilities for cephalosporins and penicillins. Edil is rapidly expanding to the regulated markets. Congratulations once again for the team of Edil Advanced Research Laboratories and Education Limited. Thank you all, and thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for joining us for the award presentation. Moving on, let me take the pleasure of inviting our Drugs Controller General of India, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, to come forward and join us for the presentation of the awardees. The next category of the award is Merchant Exporter. The Gold Star Award goes to Shubham Pharma Chem Private Limited. Shubham Pharma Chem Private Limited has been successfully providing the services to approximately 500 companies in over 70 countries. And they're very strong in focusing the relationship with their customers across the world. Congratulations, Team Shubham Pharma Chem Private Limited for the Gold Star Award. Please join your hands to appreciate the efforts of these companies in achieving this excellence. The next award under Merchant Exporter category is Silver Star. The Silver Star Award goes to Blue Map Pharma Chem. And the next category is Contract Research and Manufacturing. Goes to Recipharm Pharma Services Private Limited. Recipharm Pharma Services Private Limited. Under Contract Research and Manufacturing category. Recipharm provides pharmaceutical companies around the world with the tailor-made developments and manufacturing services. Congratulations, the team of Recipharm. The next category is Biopharmaceuticals. The award goes to Biocon Biologics Limited. Biocon Biologics Limited. Having a combination of the sizable talent and state-of-the-art research and manufacturing infrastructure and distinguished regulatory compliance, having differentiated the company in the marketplace. Appreciations and big congratulations to Biocon Biologics, and I request all the audience to kindly give a big hand to the Biocon Biologics for achieving this award. The next category is Ayush Herbals and Nutraceuticals, and the award goes to Hexagon Nutrition Limited. Hexagon Nutrition Limited. Hexagon is a heart and research-oriented organization with a strong mix of capabilities and a large portfolio of the tested products, especially in the area of Ayush Herbals and Nutraceuticals. Congratulations, Team Hexagon. The award is Surgicals and Excipients goes to Daffodil Pharma Chem Private Limited. Daffodil Pharma Chem Private Limited biologicals and excipients category. The daffodil wishes to combine the economic success with the social and environmental responsibility. They are majorly focused on the superior quality to the specific requirement of each customer. Congratulations, Daffodil Pharma Private Limited, and a big congratulations from all of this August gathering. Please put your hands together to congratulate the Daffodil Pharma Private Limited for their outstanding export performance in the year of 2021 and 2022. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have concluded the presentation of the awards, and I once again thank Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi and Chairman, Vice Chairman, and Madam Indu Nair and Honorable Minister for joining us for presenting these awards. The guests of today's program kindly come forward and accept the token of memento as a token of gratitude from Pharmexil. Thank you so much, sir, for bringing the delegation from the far-off place of Papua New Guinea to India, and we look forward to have an enhanced relationship between both our nations for the benefit of the populations of the nations. Thank you so much. Now I request the Chairman and DG to present a memento to Srimati Indu Nair, Joint Secretary from the Department of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your continued guidance and support given to Pharmexil and the Indian pharma industry and helping us to reach the greater milestone in the international market. Thank you, ma'am. Let me invite Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi. I request Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi to kindly move forward and accept the token of memento from our Chairman and Director General. We are so honored to have you, sir, and we are so grateful for the time and the guidance and the measures, the facilitating measures that you are providing for the industry. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Shri Madan Mohan Reddy ji, Co-Chair for the International Trade Committee of IPA, and the former chairman of Pharmexil and the whole-time director of Aurobindo Pharma, to accept the memento as a token of gratitude from Pharmexil. Please put your hands together, and we really appreciate your continued support for Pharmexil and the industry. Now I would like to request our Director General to present the memento to the Pharmexil board members, especially to the chairman, Shri Veeramani ji. Shri Veeramani ji has been so actively supporting the Indian industry in the various capacities and the various boards, not only in Pharmexil and also in the IDMA and other forums. We are so grateful to have your guidance, sir. And I once again request our Director General to present a memento to the Vice Chairman, Shri Namit Joshi, the Vice Chairman of Pharmexil and the Director for Sentient Pharmaceuticals. And we really thankful for your continued support and guidance, especially in the API space. Thank you so much, sir. I once again request our Director General to present a memento to Shri Tushar Kodeji, Chairman for IPHEX 2023, who has been driving the team of Pharmexil in making this IPHEX a great success. Please put your hands together to honor Shri Tushar Kodeji.
How about DG? Something? Give some flower.
We are...
Give some bouquet.
Okay,
I want it.
Okay. And lastly, our chairman, Shri Veeramani ji, would like to present a floral bouquet to our Director General for the tremendous contribution that he has made for the entire Indian pharma industry and also for making this event in a great manner. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Ravi Uday Bhaskar, Director General, is the backbone for the Pharmexil, who is continuously guiding us, supporting us to make this event in a great success way. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to request our Vice Chairman, Shri Namit Joshi ji, to offer the vote of thanks. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Lakshmi, for assigning me the most difficult part of this meeting, because vote of thanks representing a highly emotional quotient index country where I miss out the name, any names to extend my gratitude. I render my apology in advance. My first vote of thanks goes to Almighty that post-pandemic we are all alive to have this occasion and to move along with our purpose of life to save life across the world. So my vote of thanks starts from Almighty to bless us to be alive till date. My special vote of thanks to the chief guest, Srimati Indu Nair Madam. I think she has been relentlessly trying to create an environment where it's a blend of challenge and it's a blend of opportunities, wherein we always try to explore what extra we can deliver through PharmExcel. And my vote of thanks to you in terms of driving PharmExcel in a more effective way, followed by our special guest of honor, Dr. Raghuvanshi, because as rightly pointed out by Srimati Indu Nair Madam also, that his first statement was very emphatic on quality culture. And I think as India, if we really need to emerge more stronger in a more robust way, quality would be the essence of the pharma industry. And being GMP compliant, now if we have to spread our wings and we have to reach to that ambition of 100 billion US dollar exports, I think quality would be the benchmark of the industry. So thank you, Dr. Raghuvanshi, for gracing this occasion. Now, my special thanks to Honorable Minister of State, Honorable Minister of Country, Health Minister, Dr. Lino Tom, for sparing his valuable time, traveling all the way from Papua New Guinea to India, and express his views about how PNG looks into Indian potential and how we can have the market access all across the world. So thank you very much for coming over. Chairman, sir, Mr. Veeramaniji, for his contribution, continuous contribution towards the Indian pharma industry, and also also chairing PharmExcel this time. I wish to thank you for your immense contribution. Followed by Mr. Tushar Kode, being the chairman for IPHEX. Thank you very much for your contribution towards organizing this mega event. Also, I would like to thank Mr. MMR, Madan Mohan Reddy ji, for gracing this occasion, being on the dais, and also introducing the market access book through IPA. A very good job done by ELP and all the distinguished team, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, and I'm really thankful for whatever contribution jointly PharmExcel has made along with IPA. My vote of thanks would not complete in case I don't thank our DG, Mr. Ravi Uday Bhaskar Garu, as what I came to know when I came for the first time to Andhra. And his team, I think major part of the vote of thanks was already done promptly by Lakshmi, as and when people were coming on the dais and sharing their views. But then it's a big, great team who has been working hard, and I'm so proud to be a part of PharmExcel with a team like what is standing here. Thank you, everyone, for this. My vote of thanks would not get concluded till the time I thank all of you for gracing this occasion, coming under one roof, hearing us out, and sharing your views and thoughts about how we can progress together and how we can make the world live happily and healthily. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So with that, we are formally concluding the inaugural program, and I request all the dignitaries on the dais to join for a group photograph for our sweet memories. Kindly request you to come forward to have a group photograph. And also I request my colleagues Kamal Bharadwaj and Mr. Murali Krishna and Mr. Rollins also to join for the group photograph with the distinguished guests on the dais. so much once again. Now we will be proceeding for the inauguration of the exhibition halls and the ribbon cutting ceremony by the honorable guests of the today's program, and we will be proceeding to Hall 1 for the inauguration of the exhibition hall. So in the post-lunch onwards, we have planned few panel sessions which will be conducted at the admin building, and the B2B sessions are going to happen in Hall 2. So I request all of you to kindly join for those sessions planned concurrently along with the exhibition. Also, I request you all to join for the inauguration of the exhibition center. Kindly join with us. Thank you. afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all for the technical sessions that we have planned. I know that you are all occupied with a lot of business meetings that are planned, and thank you so much once again for all of you for taking time to join for these technical sessions. Now we are going to have the panel session on the quality compliance and patient safety, the key focus that the entire pharma industry and the global pharma industry is also focusing now. It is. And we have eminent panelists for this session. And the session is going to be moderated by Dr. Virenchi Shah, National President for Indian Drug Manufacturers Association. And we have the eminent panelists like Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi, the Drugs Controller General of India, Dr. Chava Satyanarayana, Chief Executive Officer of Laurus Labs Limited, and Mr. Girish Kapoor, Vice President of India Site Operations and Site Head USP, and Dr. P. Veer Raju, Vice President of Regulatory Affairs from Quazin Pharma USA, and Dr. Ranga Reddy Buri, the President of Infection Control Academy of India. We are so honored to have you with us, sir, for this panel session, and we are so look forward to have your insightful discussions on this topic. With that note, I would like to invite our moderator, Dr. Virenchi Shah, President IDMA, to kindly forward and occupy the chair. And I request the panelists also, Dr. Raju Singh Raghuvamshi ji, and Dr. Chava Satyanarayana Garu, and Mr. Girish Kapoor, and Dr. P. Veeraju Garu, and Dr. Ranga Reddy Garu, to kindly grace the dais and have the fruitful discussions and learnings for all the August gathering who have joined here. Thank you so much. And with that note, I hand over the stage to our moderator, Dr. P. Virenchi Shah.
So, very good afternoon, friends, and it's my pleasure to welcome you on the first technical session where we are talking of quality and compliance. I'm very honored to have a wonderful, very elated panel of experts today who not only hold important positions, but in their lives, they have walked the talk, they have done and executed things that really matter in terms of contribution to quality. I'm happy to welcome on the panel Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvamshi, the Drug Controller General of India, a very dynamic personality. He has done wonders as the head of the IPC in terms of the gaps that he could identify, the IPCRS, the reference substances, the monographs. He has worked very hard with the IPC. And then being given a charge of the Drug Controller General of India, we have seen a lot of activities from his desk and from his team. Welcome to the panel, sir. We have Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, a very eminent entrepreneur and the CEO of Laurus Labs. Sir, welcome. We have Mr. Girish Kapoor, who is the Vice President India Site Operations and Site Head for the USP India. Friends, USP India has also been on the forefront in helping the Indian pharma in terms of their quality and compliance pursuits. Welcome, Mr. Kapoor. We have Mr. P. Veer Raju, the Vice President, Regulatory Affairs of Collegian Pharma LLC USA. Welcome you, sir. And we have Dr. Ranga Reddy, who is the President, Infection Control Academy and Honorary Professor at the University of Hyderabad. Welcome, sir. Friends, there was a recent article carried by the NIH, and it so concludes that $1 spent on healthcare translates into approximately $63 in terms of benefits to the society. And I think the Indian pharma, if you because this is benchmarked against the global prices, if we compare it against the contribution of the Indian pharmaceutical industry, I believe it could be multifolds of this. So probably $1 spent on the Indian pharmaceutical products sold anywhere in the world would probably be contributing several folds of the $63 in terms of the overall tangible and intangible benefits to the society. We have played an important role in helping the world to improve the quality of life, to increase the efficiency of the people, to help people cope up with the terminal diseases. We have played a very important role in the times of COVID, and it has been appreciated one and all across the globe, the kind of contribution we have had. Dr. Raghuvanshi in the morning spoke of the big numbers that we have, and the aspiration as a nation we have of reaching probably 120 billion by 2030. As he rightly said, 3 to 5 folds in the coming years. And also, as a part of the Vision 2047, the industry has a potential of scaling up to 500 billion by 2047. So in this context, while everything looks so promising, and as a nation we stand for affordability, availability and accessibility, below all the 3 A's is the commitment to quality. And as responsible entrepreneurs and a responsible industry, we all understand this. Today, the pursuit of the panel would be to see where we are, where we can go, and what would be the possible challenges and opportunities that we have. So, thank you so much for being here. I'll start with the man at the helm of affairs, Dr. Raghuvanshi. So, Dr. Raghuvanshi, what in your opinion are the key challenges for the Indian pharma industry, especially from the regulatory compliance point of view? And the second follow-up question was, as a regulator, what are the key initiatives that CDSCO and the government are planning to take in the upcoming years to ensure that we not only scale these challenges, we are there to take every possible opportunity that lies in the world? Your answer, sir. Thank you.
So, thanks, Virenji bhai. So, in my opinion, if you see, the biggest challenge for pharma industry currently is the size itself and the extremes which we have to deal with. On one side it is MSME, on the other side there is a big pharma, and it's completely different structure, systems, and when it comes to regulations, it becomes difficult for us to actually design a regulation which can actually be optimal for both ends. So sometimes it becomes optimal for one end, it's not suboptimal for the other end. So that is a bigger challenge currently in this country. Other challenge which we see is the non-uniform implementation and interpretations of the law when it comes to the state. It's not that anybody is doing anything intentional. It's all the interpretation. The same law is interpreted in a different way by different people. So the uniformity, there is a scope of improvement in the uniformity of implementation of the law. And third, I think, is something which on the upgradation of skills at the industry level is becoming a little challenge because of the current condition, the mindset, the requirements. When it comes to MSME sector, there are some of them who want to graduate to the next level. They are willing to do it, but there are a lot of them who are not even willing to move to the next level. So creating a balance among everybody is a big challenge as a regulator. And there are factors which have to be considered in such a vast country, which is also sometimes becomes a issue. So these are some of the challenges in regulation point of view. Having said that, I think the opportunity is so huge that we may, we should be able to take sort of middle path and get the significant part of that opportunity if majority of the industry is actually willing to do that. And I don't have any doubt in, because within this structure and within these systems only, we have come from 1947 to today. So the interventions, whenever required, they are being taken, and I think a lot of good things have happened and a lot of good things will happen. So I think we are moving in the right direction, and huge opportunities lying in front of us.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting the challenges that we have and the opportunities also, and how we can, as industry and regulator, can work closely so that India can, indeed take these opportunities. Sir, would you like to also highlight some of the initiatives that you think you would be taking going forward?
Yeah, so a lot of, first and foremost is we are trying to rationalize the regulation to the extent it can be done going forward for ease of doing business. So we are actually hiring global consultants to look into the opportunities of rationalization. There may be a lot of duplicacies, there may be redundancies because the act is old, and the whole industry, global industry, has moved very fast, and I think the regulation has not changed with that pace. So that is one area where you will see a lot of changes happening in time to come. Second, big thing which we have also realized, that this whole sector cannot grow unless until we take everybody along. So the MSMEs have to move up the value chain, and for that whatever hand-holding is required, both in terms of skill, financial support, incentivization for the quality. So all these things you will see another domain where a lot of action will happen. And third is a lot of harmonization with the global regulation you will see. Since I also look after the Pharmacopoeia Commission, so I know a lot of harmonization activities are happening at the global level with the leading pharmacopoeias and regulators, right from US to Japan to Europe. So that is another domain where you will see a lot of actions happening. So I think that three main areas there.
Thank you so much, sir. And we are very sure that under your leadership, since you also have worked for a big part of your career in the industry, and therefore you know the ins and outs, it would really help each one of us to, take the speed. I would now like to request, discuss with Mr. Chava. Sir, you are a very well-known and prudent entrepreneur yourself, and sir, you yourself have demonstrated through compliance within your organization on how it can be done. So in your opinion, what are the key initiatives as an entrepreneur, because there are some entrepreneurs from the industry here. So what would you message to them in terms of things that need to be addressed within the as an entrepreneur? Some of the challenges that in your experience you would have faced or you have seen people face, and scaling them up so that we are ready for the big picture that we make for the year 2047. So your thoughts on this, sir?
Good afternoon, everyone. From last year to 2047, by 2047 this period is Amrit Kal, as our PM mentioned. The country is moving from scarcity to abundance. maybe from 3 trillion to 26 trillion economy, and we are moving to upper middle income countries. So GDP per capita is going to be $16,000 per year. When economy grows, our healthcare spend, assuming the same percentage we spend, generally as the health of the economy goes up, we spend more on healthcare. So assuming we spend more on healthcare at $26 trillion economy, our Indian healthcare industry will be massive. So you can't imagine right now. But are we geared? Are we geared up to take up that big challenge? So we are thinking Indian industry will become $150 billion. We are at 30 billion. We have to grow by another 100 billion. Assuming each employee can contribute 50 lakhs of revenue per year, that means we have to add 80 lakh crores of revenue per year by 2047. So divide 80 lakh crore divided by 50 lakhs, you see how many qualified people are required for the industry to take that challenge. We are not focusing on people. So today there is no depth of business. There is a depth of industrial land. There is a depth of trained, qualified people. So once we take care of that, I think India has a bigger role to play than what we are playing today. Even last month, Wall Street Journal published what are the 5 things which changes the world. There are 5, and India's rise is one of those 5 for the entire world. Medical miracles is the second one. So that is going to change how the people are going to cure the rare diseases. Personalized drugs will come. Energy transition is one. Water scarcity is another one. Then the last one is artificial intelligence and its impact on the economy. But what is important out of those 5 is 2 are very important. Medical miracles is one, and India's rise is another one. So these 2, if you club, the role of India is going to be much, much bigger than what we are anticipating. Actually, the growth, what is ahead of us, should scare us, because we are not prepared to take that growth. When it comes to the compliance, if you go to kitchen, we cook things because we are eating those. We don't want to cook bad dish because you can cook good or bad dish. You don't cook poisonous food. If you go to pharmaceutical industry, when I go to shop floor, I ask our chemist in a jovial manner, you and your family don't need these tablets or capsules. If you need these tablets, will you take this? If you say yes, that is GMP. As simple as that. If you say no, this is not, I will go and buy from the market something else, that is not GMP. As simple as that. We should produce with that passion, as if some of our family member will consume these medicines. Then we comply to the law. See, we have to comply to our consciousness first before complying to regulators. That is, in my opinion, that is the GMP.
So thank you, sir, for bringing one of the most important topics, which is the quality of manpower. All these years we have been talking of quality of plans and quality of systems. But as you rightly highlighted, going forward, the quality of manpower, the culture within the organization will have to play a much important role to make sure that the India story continues and continues to shine for the next 25 years. Thank you, sir. My next question would be to Dr. V. Raju. Sir, we have seen that there is a common global trend of escalating regulatory requirements, and especially post-COVID, this has become more complex with the resource limitations that both on the regulator side as well as on the industry side that exists, and the constantly changing goalpost, and this is a global phenomenon. So, being an expert on the regulatory affairs and quality management systems, sir, in your opinion, what are some of the key changes that the industry should expect going forward, at least in the foreseeable future? And What would be your, your suggestion on how the industry should take it, number one? And would you also like to throw some light on the, concepts like risk assessment, conformity testing, and control strategies? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. So I don't know whether I'm an expert or not, but I have some experience in this field. So thank you for bringing this, and I want to just focus my thoughts on the topic of the day, like the quality compliance and patient safety. So once we understand, as per the questions put to me, like what are the challenges in the regulatory compliances or conformity testing, or what are the opportunities available on these. So before going into that, if we understand what does a patient expect in a pharmaceutical, what does the industry expects in a pharmaceutical, and what is the regulator's role in pharmaceuticals. If we understand what is the reality, then we understand the challenges that are coming out of the gaps between these expectations. So what does the patient expect in a pharmaceutical? He expects a relief, there is effectiveness, he expects convenience of taking the dose, he expects the consistent performance of the same medicine if he takes time and again, and he expects the cost effectiveness of the treatment, and so on. So these are the expectations of the patient. In addition to these, the onset, intensity, duration, safety profile, everything is built into that. The second expectation from manufacturers, what do they expect out of the making the pharmaceuticals? They expect a return on investment first. They expect a transparent review and approval processes, and they want a uniform implementation of the law across the country. I'm confining myself to the country, Indian context. So the manufacturer wants a uniform implementation of the law, or uniform understanding of the law by all the regulators, because we have dual enforcement agencies in the country. One is from the central side, other for the state licensing authorities. Because I was part of one of the state licensing authorities earlier, prior to me moving to the USA. So I know how the challenges of both the industry as well as the regulators. So this is the understanding of what expectation from the manufacturers. So what does a regulator expect? So regulator expects a very complete application. Complete application with all the required information. They expect a thorough understanding of the product by the manufacturer. How the product was developed. What is the life cycle of the product? Do they have supporting data or not? So if the data is not supported, the regulator cannot take a timely decision. So regulators' challenges are these. So when you combine all these expectations into the reality, then we clearly understand what are the gaps here. So if we are honestly accept there are gaps, then we can work on that. So most often we hear in this country, all medicines doctors should write in generic names. So it's not a criticism, it's an introspection, like, generic medicine should be written on the prescriptions. But can we assure the prescriber or the patient all chemically equivalent drugs are pharmaceutically equivalent, then therapeutically equivalent? Who is going to certify? Can we confidently say that all the generic medicines are equal? Not all in the sense in the same particular, having the same particular active ingredient. No, that is a big challenge we have here. And even though it contains the same active chemical, does it contain the same polymorph or not? Same chiral entity or not? Whether it is a narrow therapeutic drug or not? What about its solubility? So all these attributes contributes on the performance of the product. So you must have seen, the ritonavir. Ritonavir was a protease inhibitor, which was approved time ago. It was first launched as a soft gelatin capsule with the drug dissolved in ethanol water base. So after 2 years in the market, there were a lot of complaints and recall. You know what happened? It got precipitated and to a different polymorph. And it was that polymorph which got precipitated was having 50% lower intrinsic solubility. So that was the problem. Then they have to recall, there is a lot of cost involved in that. Then they reformulated into a oil-based solution. And another example I can give you is about the very famous atorvastatin calcium, which is used widely for lipid lowering, cholesterol lowering drug. The literature reports 27 polymorphs in that. And surprisingly, the one which is active is an amorphous one. So if the manufacturer, the regulator doesn't understand these intricacies, the patient will be at loss. He may not get the same dose. He may not get the same delivery of the doses. So the bottom line is, somebody has to assume that all generic drugs are equal. All pharmaceutical equivalent drugs are therapeutically equivalent. That is the assumption we are making, and we are forcing the prescribers to prescribe a generic name. But without data, this becomes a half-baked cookie. So the biggest challenges are these. Meeting the expectation of the patient is the primary objective of all of us. So to meet the primary objective, what are the corrective measures we need to take, considering the available tools, the scientific information, and the regulatory informed decision making. So these things, if you make, yes, whatever we are making will help the patient, and we are complying with the requirement, and the patient will be safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for outlining the very important objective, which is the patient focus. And I'm sure that the industry and the regulators we all work day in and day out to ensure that every patient, not only in India but across the globe, get the right product at the right price. And that is where the strength of this country lies. Thank you, sir. I would now like to, speak to Mr. Girish Kapoor. Sir, I'm just going through one of your, the USP India's LinkedIn, post where they say that the US Pharmacopoeia firmly believes in integration of the industry and academic institutes to cultivate a highly efficient, industry-ready, skilled workforce on a global scale. And I think this was just 2 days back. And you have very rightly touched this very important need of the industry. Sir, I have 2 questions for you. And the first being on, since you come from a laboratory background, because USP India runs a very important lab. Sir, in your opinion, how important is the testing of excipients in terms of the overall safety and quality? And does the USP lab in India work with the industry on this? One. And number 2, could you highlight, because we have people from the industry, from the regulators, some of the important initiatives that as USP lab is taking in India to help the Indian companies upskill in terms of the compliance on the quality control front? Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Shah. I think nicely summarized. So as we talk about excipients, and I think in today's world, I think that has become a very hot topic for discussion because of the several issues which have come up in the products. So as far as role of excipients go, I think we know that excipients can form up to 90% of the dosage forms which are there in the market, right? So that composition varies, but it can go up to 90% also. And the role of excipients in the formulation is very important because that imparts a lot of physical characteristic to the drug product in terms of flowability, compressibility, disintegration, controlling the drug release, and in some cases it significantly influences the organoleptic properties as well, taste, texture, and so many other things. So when we say that, these are all important parameters for evaluating a drug product which will eventually be sold in the market, and our end user is patient, right? So excipients have a direct correlation with the patient safety, and that's the theme of today's discussion. So it becomes very important for us to test the excipients. And traditionally what has happened is, I think excipient testing was done keeping in mind the end use in the drug product. But I think that has changed over the past several years, because US Pharmacopoeia as a standard setting organization realized that much earlier, and several of our expert committees which are dedicated exclusively for excipients, they focus a lot more on excipient characterization, excipient variability, performance, and composition as well. And we have several journal chapters which very well elaborate how you can test different excipients in lab. On top of that, I think there are 500 plus excipient monographs which are already there in the NF, National Formulary. We say it together as USP NF, but NF is where you will find majority of the excipient monographs, and more than, I think, 60% of them have a physical reference standard as well. So that's, I think, one aspect of why it is important to test excipients. The other is, I think, COVID has taught us the importance of supply chain as well, and USP has done a lot in that area also. Now we are hearing about drug shortages, and given that excipient supply chain is very complex, because we were talking about generics, but now I think the talk is more about complex generics. So I think then we'll have more excipients which will be novel and not the regular ones which we have been using for ages, whether it is starch, HPMC, CMC, or several others which we use on a very common basis. So that makes the supply chain more vulnerable for adulteration, and that's why it's also important to test the excipients which we will use in the drug products, because eventually that will affect the product quality, and that in turn will affect what the patient will consume. So it's better to test first, and not really, it should not be tested into the end product. It has to be built in the product. So I think quality by design is the way to go when you formulate a particular drug product. So QBD is very important, and please lay the same kind of emphasis on excipients as well, where you will very well know what are the risks which you can encounter and how to mitigate them, especially in terms of excipients, when excipients are no longer the inactive substance and they have a lot of functional role to play in several drug products. So I think these are the two main areas, Dr. Shah, why excipient testing is important. And coming to the second question, which you said how India lab is working on that. So we are very well integrated with our US counterparts, and where we have the headquarters, so the labs are there. And outside of US, the biggest lab for US Pharmacopoeia as a standard setting organization is in Hyderabad. So we do a lot of work on excipient, and as a standard setting organization, I think we strongly believe that the public standard setting process has to be based on a robust public input. So we have a lot of stakeholders where we take input for the monographs which are being published in the USP or NF together. So we have, as I said, there are expert committees, but internally US Pharmacopoeia has a program unit team which is fully dedicated to excipients, and we do a lot of analysis in the US labs and also as well as in India labs. And in India, in FY24, I think this fiscal year, we have a lot of plans to work in the specific area of DEG and EG, where we have heard that we can also contribute a lot in terms of testing and also providing the right methods, highlighting the criticality of the testing methods. So those are the things which USP India is doing in collaboration with our US headquarters.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful work that USP Lab in India is doing and highlighting the need of QBD, because ultimately right from the selection of excipients, the selection of vendors, followed by the testing, as you rightly said, not only on the product but building into the quality by testing the excipients and ensuring that the supply chain, because I think that is one of the very important areas to focus on, ensuring that the entire supply chain of the excipients is intact. Thank you for highlighting those important points. My next question is to Dr. Ranga Reddy Buri, sir. We have been talking on patient safety and compliance, sir. And one of the very important steps I have seen since Dr. Raghuvanshi, took over at the IPC was a lot of activities happening on the ADR front, on the pharmacovigilance and reporting of the ADRs, and we have seen this more frequent than ever before. So, and since you work on the patient front and on the infection control academy, where a lot of activities is also addressed towards the patients, towards the hospital setup and all. So, sir, in your opinion, what are the important initiatives in terms of the pharmacovigilance and ADR reporting that are already done and need to be addressed? And what are the measures needed to be followed to strengthen this area, number one? Number two, as India aims to achieve the convergence across various multilateral forms engaged in the health cooperation as a chair of the G20 presidency, how these countries should collaborate with respect to the patient safety and the overall healthcare and pharmaceutical point of view? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Shah. That was really an interesting question. First of all, I would like to thank PharmExcel to bring out finally the patient into the center of the game, right? At least last 20 years, I had been observing the pharmaceutical industry. Very rarely we talk about the patient, who is the reason for all of us, either it is a manufacturer or it is a physician or it is a distributor, seller, buyer, whoever they are. Our existence, the whole existence depends on the patient. But unfortunately, in the whole decision-making process, I think, the patient is the last person. He is never consulted. He is never asked, what is happening, whether they like it, whether they have any issues with what we are doing or not. And when it comes to specifically your question regarding the India's strides in terms of the pharmacovigilance and also the ADRs, I am sure there is a lot of big movement which has happened in the recent times. We made a significant progress in that direction. I can recall, as early as 2015, probably most of the companies, when you talk about your pharmacovigilance, probably they did not have an iota of idea. ADRs, it is a long way to go that time. But in the last 5 years, I think, especially due to the requirements from the major markets, that is US and European Union, etc., I think, the pharmacovigilance had been ramped up. Today, I think if you look at the top 20, 30 companies, I don't think they have any problem with the pharmacovigilance, right? But if you go down the line, and which is the majority, that is 80% of our industry consists of actually micro, small, medium enterprises, how far they are faring in terms of the pharmacovigilance, how far they have got wherewithal in order to really trace and also bring in that ADRs into the picture and the pharmacovigilance into the picture? I guess, the answer would be a meekish yes. Probably, a long way to go in that direction. When it comes to, let's say, the recent pandemic, COVID, right? I would like to bring in that because, during the COVID, there is a lot of noble work which has been done not only by the medical fraternity, that is doctors and nurses, etc., but the pharmaceutical industry and the medical devices industry has raised up to the occasion and did everything possible in order to counter the pandemic. I think thanks to that kind of effort only, we have seen a very quick end to a pandemic which otherwise would have lasted for probably another 5 years or 10 years. But at the same time, not only in India, but even globally, if you look at, during the COVID, one of the major things which has taken the beating is evidence-based medicine. Most of the things, under the disguise of, let's say, emergency usage approvals, I think left, center, right, we have given everything actually to the people. And we don't know what is the size of the harm which is done with those actions and those kind of very noble intentions, of course. I'm not saying that, we did not have a good intention. There was a good intention. As a physician, when I treat, I have a good intention. But intention alone is not sufficient. We had to think through the whole process and not only alleviate from the suffering or preventing the death or the harm, but also we had to ensure that, they are going to get the much needed attention for their problem. So from that perspective, we need to introspect how much is the harm we have done, while we have actually catered to the response to the pandemic. I'm sure, there are going to be a lot of studies. Some of the studies we are taking up at University of Hyderabad, I'm sure we will be able to bring in some data on how much is the harm which we have done during this process. So while we are going to have this emergency usage approval, we need to have a very clear understanding of what is the framework within which we are going to use it. Because even today, after the pandemic, I keep seeing, some of even my colleagues actually putting the applications to get emergency usage approval for some of the drugs like even antibiotics, etc., etc. Is it really required? Is it going to do good or it is going to harm us? So definitely going ahead, unless we are going to make the pharmacovigilance stricter and ADR reporting, which is going to be universal, all these our dreams and aspirations that we want to be a $500 billion market or, the size of the industry. I am fearful that, we are going to really fall flat on that unless it is addressed. If we are going to address this, I think the sky is the limit. I think, the speakers have very eloquently put up all those, projections and the numbers and how to achieve probably is going to be the biggest challenge. I think in the way to reach that number, the significant hurdle is going to be the harm to the patient. Unless we are going to address that, I think, it is going to be a big trouble. And the other aspect is, now we have made a significant, of course, as I said in the beginning itself, we have made a significant progress on PV and ADR. But is it sufficient in order to reach the global goal of zero harm to the patient? I think, again, the answer would be a big no, right? So how do we go about it? It is the problem, what I have tried to illustrate. I have just, yesterday night, I have done a very small kind of survey with few of my colleagues, including my wife, who is a doctor, that whether you have ever seen this. This is an ADR reporting form. So she is a practitioner of 25 years, and all other friends are also almost, of similar practice. None of them even have ever seen this. Can you imagine? That means, are we not having any ideas? I don't think so. But the problem is, it is so cumbersome. In the digital age, when we are talking about artificial intelligence, machine learning, etc., why are we still having these forms? When India has actually shown the world how to harness the digital technologies and build within no time a system called CoWIN, where we could track and trace end to end. How is that we cannot use those kind of technologies in order to track our quality in one of the biggest industries, that is pharmaceutical industry? Why can't we have a very good track? And I had been hearing for, let's say, last 15 years that the pharma industry is going to finally have a label, and every pack or every blister and strip is going to have a barcode. We had been in discussion for 15 years. I understand the industry has a problem because they had to invest into that. But that is only one part of the problem. Why government or even the civil society cannot take up a kind of CoWIN platform where the manufacturer, whether it is a micro, small, medium enterprises, can get an opportunity to report it and to see that it is going to be tracked very well. If that is going to happen, and if we are going to have a platform where every registrant with probably an Aadhaar card can actually log in and track that particular company, that particular batch, it would be so easy actually to report it. Within 3 minutes, probably the people who are willing to report, they would be able to do. This is definitely not going to enthuse anybody to do the reporting. You do fill all this, scan this, and send it to some black box somewhere. What is going to happen? We don't know. How it is helping? We don't know. So I think, there is a way to, first of all, to create awareness, to bring some kind of regulatory kind of mechanisms, and also ensure that both the public and also the doctors who are actually prescribing these medicines are going to actually be part and parcel of this, the ADR reporting and the pharmacovigilance. If we are not going to do that, we are going to only scratch the surface. And probably some of those reports which are coming, which are alarming, are going to only raise. Maybe today. Yes, sir? Okay. I think that is what is the point I wanted to make. I think, it's the way to go. I'm sure, the pharmaceutical industry is doing a great job. But I think along with the healthcare professionals, probably we can do a lot in terms of this pharmacovigilance and also ideas to further improve and make the wellness and health of all as a priority for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for highlighting some very important steps to be taken. But personally, I have seen a lot of change in the last couple of years. And with very able people at the center, including Dr. Raghuvanshi here, he has himself done a lot, and I am sure that the future is very bright for all of us. My question now is, coming back to Dr. Veeraju, Dr. Ranga Reddy has highlighted the importance of pharmacovigilance, and since you come from a background of regulatory and compliance, how important do you think is the role of QBD in going forward, and some inputs you would like to give to members from the industry? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think, the pharmacovigilance is one of the aspects we'll try to know something what happened after we sell the product. No, what we are focusing mostly is on the building the quality into the product rather than testing at the end. Okay, so testing involves you evaluate the product for a list of tests. list of attributes, nothing beyond that. If certain thing is not listed there, you don't test for that. So you certify that this complies with the specification, the given list of tests. So when we follow the QBD principles, so quality is built into that. So QBD involves like, analyzing a reference product, then evaluating what characters you want to build into your product, and what are the controls you are going to have on the components that go into the product, and what is the control strategy you are going to adopt. So all these measures, once we follow, quality is automatically built into it. And the adverse events, yes, adverse events are going to happen there, because what we are consuming is a chemical. Chemical has inherent property to disturb us, the body. So some people may perceive it, some people may not perceive it. The same drug, for some people is quite all right. For some people, it's very, very troublesome for them. For example, I also got a license to practice pharmacy in the USA. So when I was covering for one of my friends, one customer came and asked me, "Sir, can you tell me whether the capsule shell of this product contains this chemical?" That level people ask. Because her son or daughter is very allergic to that particular chemical, which could be present in capsule shells. So that type of information, if we have a database for all these things, these adverse events will be very, very minimal. And once you give that information to her, she'll happily take the medicine and she give a positive feedback on the product. So adverse events are bound to be there. But how this is going to affect our capability to evaluate whether it's really a signal, to be careful. These ADR reports becomes a signal. Then signal becomes an event. So are we going to lead to that there or not? So definitely this reporting system, yes, we need the formats like this that could be generated online as well. An XML backup can do that. The format is anyhow needed for somebody to understand what we are reporting, what are the elements to be reported, like identifiable patient, identifiable product, identifiable reporter. These are the three things for reporting a pharmacovigilance event. So these are required, no doubt at all. But when we report these items, then the regulators will evaluate whether this is a concern or not. If this is really a concern, the regulator will take up with all the stakeholders for revising the label. They put that information, yes, we noted. Besides the clinical trial experiences, these pharmacovigilance events are also analyzed, the structure-wise, the action-wise, pharmacology. So they decide on whether this should go as part of an adverse event in the label, or a drug interaction in the label, or a black box warning. So it could go either way. This is to warn the patient, because it doesn't mean that it can happen to everybody who takes the medicine, because there are idiosyncrasies. This is an accepted principle in the science. Idiosyncrasies, patient to patient is different, person to person is different. So adverse event reporting, yes, we have made a beginning here. That is, the responsibility is now with the government. Slowly it may shift to the industry, it may shift to some other agency. So definitely we need to collect the information, we need to analyze them, put them for the later, larger benefit of the patients. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Mr. Kapoor. Sir, we have seen that India and US have cooperated well, especially in the field of pharmaceuticals, and we continue to remain a very important supplier of pharmaceuticals to the US. You have been working closely with a variety of industries in India. We have some international regulators and guests here. So on behalf of USP, how has been your experience in dealing with the Indian pharma companies in the scope that you have worked? And how confident you are on the skills and the abilities of the Indian pharmaceutical companies to continue serving the world? Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Shah. So I think the good part first. So whatever monographs you see in USPNF, I think that's something which comes from the industry. We have a lot of donations from Indian donations in terms of the methods and also the materials from the Indian pharma companies. And as far as our interactions go, I think all the big pharma companies have the requisite process, infrastructure, technology in terms of testing, whether it is API, excipients, or robust and sensitive methods, high-end equipments like LCMS, GCMS in the lab, or for that matter in the formulation processing as well. And then QBD is also something which is very commonly talked about and implemented as well. Now, as far as our interactions go with MSMEs, or I would say the companies which have slightly less in terms of turnover, I think we have seen a big gap. And I would not shy away from saying that. I think Dr. Rajiv is also here, and we had, our team had a discussion with Dr. Rajiv, as well as we met DDC Dr. Chandrasekhar Ranga as well some time back, that how we can help in upskilling the employees of MSME, and in general, not only in terms of how they work in the lab, but also in terms of what quality practices they follow and what QMS systems are there in those MSMEs. So I think that's a variety of portfolio and courses which USP offers at a reduced rate. Some of them are also offered free of cost for certain organizations, so that we can play our role there in terms of capability building, whether it is for MSMEs or any other companies where they have a specific requirement in terms of learning about the quality systems, or upgrading the skill set of their staff members. So I think that will continue, and advocacy is an important part of our organization. And when I say advocacy, the triad of industry, academia, and regulators. So I think we work with all of them very closely. When I say academia, so I think institutes like NIPER, and regulators, I think CEDESCO and other regulators, US FDA, we collaborate very closely. But in India, I think it's CEDESCO and the other state regulators. So this triad, industry, academia, regulator, USP is contributing a lot, and we will continue to do that for MSME as well. And as you were reading out the LinkedIn post, Dr. Shah, I think as we speak, there is already a user forum going on in Ahmedabad right now for dissolution along with the SPDS. So we keep on doing those programs for the benefit of the industry while we focus on high-end science in the lab. So capability building and advocacy is also an integral part of what USP does as an organization.
Thank you very much, sir, and thanks to USP India for doing the wonderful activities that they're doing. My next question to Dr. Chavas. Sir, in your opinion, how do you see the progress of the Indian pharmaceutical industry, both on the domestic and international space, in terms of the growth, the sectors where the industry will grow, and some of the segments that as industry we should focus so that we are more relevant to the world?
So for India, we are putting a brand image. India is a pharmacy to the world. That's the image the country is trying to give. But if you look at how other countries have progressed, even take our neighbor China, the kind of innovation they are doing is much, much bigger than what we are doing. There are more biotech innovations. There are more small molecule innovations in China than we do in India. India is known as a reverse engineering pharmaceutical industry. So we are not focused on innovation. But the years to come, unless we change our mindset from being just manufacturing-based industry to innovation-based industry, discovery-based industry, it is not easy for us to play a dominant role in the treating our 1.4, 1.5 billion people. It's very challenging. India has diversity. From 100 square meter factories to 1,000 acre factories are there. So we have to live with the diversity. You can't say only big is beautiful or small is beautiful. We have to live with all beautiful things. Small is beautiful, big is beautiful. So we have to make regulations also suit every type of industry within the pharmaceutical space. But one thing all of us have to change our mindset is we have to move towards knowledge-driven pharmaceutical industry than just manpower-driven pharmaceutical industry. Unless we do that paradigm shift, we can't play a bigger role in the world pharmaceutical space.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the FDA US very recently published data, a report where it states that in the last 5 years, in terms of the approved sites, India is one single country which has seen a plus 70% growth rate. So we have another 170 plus sites net which have added to the catalog of the US. I think the same applies to many of the other mature as well as the semi-regulated world. And we are seeing Indian companies more and more willing to enter the global markets. At the same time, there is also a very huge demand within India. Earlier it was more focused on the tier 1 cities. Now we are seeing a great demand surge in tier 2, tier 3 with more interest also in wellness and preventive medicines. And the entire picture looks like there are very bright opportunities for all of us. Being at the head of an organization, the CDSCO, which actually facilitates the industry and the interface between the important elements of this entire ecosystem. Sir, how would you assure our foreign guests and also people within that we indeed have a bright future and the right things are being addressed?
So thanks. I mean, actually, time is short because I'm so excited to speak on all these because I heard everybody and I was actually getting impatient to respond to some of those questions, but I'm not going to do that in the interest of time. But let me. So let me bring one core issue which we have to understand as stakeholders in the whole value chain. So the pharma business is not like any other business. This we have to understand. And we also have to understand that policing is not solution to eradication of crime. This is a part and parcel of society. Regulators are here not for policing but more facilitating the industry. So whatever aberration has happened or keeps on happening will always be a minor part of this whole dynamics. As consumers, as important stakeholders, everybody has to be absolutely sure that these aberrations are not going to impact the value which as a country we have created and what we are going to do in future. Absolutely clear. I don't have any doubt because I am sitting there in the core and I know what is happening. So that is one. When it comes to understanding the business, why it is different from other businesses, it's actually a fight of Lakshmi and Saraswati. It's a knowledge-based industry. Unfortunately, lots of us run after Lakshmi part for increasing profitability, how to cut the cost, and unfortunately, cost is actually offset by the quality. Because that is the easiest thing people try to see, that this is the easiest thing to cut on the quality side so your cost will go down. We have to be very clear that the quality, unless until, I spoke in the morning also, unless until we take it as a basic ingredient of the product, this issue will not be solved. I'll give you a very simple example of nutraceuticals, right? Very interesting statistics. Last 10 years, the number of filings and approval in nutraceutical domain from CDSCO has actually nosedived and it has almost become zero now. Nobody applies to CDSCO for a nutraceutical or vitamin product. And similarly, the applications to FSSAI, the food regulator, has steeped. And only reason is their regulation is little lenient than what CDSO does. The review is much more lenient than what CDSO does. What is the catch here? You have to understand that the consumer is same. At the end, be it FSI or CDSO, whosoever is approving, consumer is patient, right? Prescriber is doctor. There also the prescriber is also same. Only just to make little more profit and make your life easier, people are moving from CDSC to FSI. So what I say is, actually, we are making product for regulator, not for patient. Unless until we shift this thinking in this country, that the product has to be made for the patient and not for regulator, this will not change. And sooner the better, we understand it. On the government side, we are very clear, top to bottom, that we will handhold, we will help everybody who wants to upgrade themselves, but people who don't want to change, there is no scope for them. And we have demonstrated in the last 3-4 months that there is no room for compromises on quality. And this I am telling to ensure everybody as the stakeholder in this country, which is now a global basically phenomena, that be absolutely sure there is no risk on the business, the quality, and what we are doing as a service. So in the fight of Lakshmi and Saraswati, what I was telling, what we have to do is forget about Lakshmi. You have to be after Saraswati. Lakshmi automatically follows you. And it is there in the mythology that Lakshmi always follows Saraswati. You have to actually be after Saraswati, Lakshmi will automatically come. And this is my personal experience. It's not something which I'm just speaking just to speak it. At the center of the regulatory affairs in this country, I see a lot of positives. And why I'm so excited is because I see what's happening from the center. Some of the positives I'll tell you. When we fought the whole Corona together with you guys, we were successful. It has taught many things, but the best thing it did for us is that it has actually changed our mindset that yes, we can do it together. Whatever is the problem, we will solve it, we will do it together. That is the biggest shift and contribution which Corona has done to at least this country. The passion I have seen, when there was sort of phase 4, there was a little uptick in the cases. So proactively government was preparing itself. We have started discussions with the industry partners that what is the status of your inventory, how much time you need to scale up, and all those what is the routine process which we do. And I was so happy to see the passion in the industry side. I mean, they were almost ready. Sir, aap bolo, hum karte hain. You just have to say yes and we'll start running. So that was the passion which I saw on the industry side. So there is an impatience that they want to do a lot. They just want to get that opportunity. Second is, I see the number of applications increasing significantly on maybe a monthly basis, month on month, when it comes to modern therapies. You see the number of applications which are coming for the innovative products, the cellular therapies, the stem cell, gene therapies. A lot of people think that we are not doing anything, but the reality is the applications have started coming in, the number is increasing month on month, and we have created the expert committees to deal with these modern therapies, and you will see lots of approval happening in time to come. The Corona also gave us an opportunity to understand different stakeholders. When we started working together, the understanding has increased that it has now become a systemic correction. I see a lot more coordination among different stakeholders because the alignment and coordination between the government and industry was never, actually historically, we never thought that it can happen. Because these are two extremes. Actually, being a socialist country from where we started, it was like doing business is a crime. And the government used to think that businessman is not here to do honesty. I mean, I'm being a little more candid. But the reality with this government is that we demonstrated that both parties can work together for the betterment of the country and the world as a whole. So the coordination among different stakeholders of the value chain has increased significantly, which is a big positive for this country and for the whole world. So with this, I can go on speaking because pharmacovigilance is one area which I learned just 2 years back when I joined Pharmacopoeia, and a lot of things I can speak that what is happening and why this is 4 pages or 6 pages. We also have an app you can download now in your phone. There is an Android app which works, and these forms are there for the medical colleges where there are professionals to do the detailing of the case studies and all. So we are not like US, but we are not also where you probably lots of people think that nothing is happening. Lot of things are happening. We are basically now 8th largest contributor in the WHO global database of adverse events. We crossed 100,000 reportings for the first time in this country when we closed 2022 December. That happened for the first time. Last 2 years we doubled the reporting. After reporting, the analysis, the expert comments, everything is happening. There is a process. Recommendations go to the regulator, which is CDSCO, and then the changes are happening. We have actually identified 13 signals, which is not a small activity. In 10 years of pharmacovigilance in this country, it's a short history of 10 years. And in these 10 years, we have actually identified 13 signals. And I don't know how many hundreds of drug alerts. So a lot of things are happening, and that gives me that positive feeling that it's not so bad. It's actually, for me, it's actually very good. With this, I'll stop here and go to...
Thank you, sir. Saraswati before Lakshmi is the one large message to all of us. And just to end, I'll also share one learnings from mythology. The only place where Lakshmi and Saraswati sit together is with Ganesh. And I wish that all of us aspire to come closer to that. And we see Ganesh, Lord Ganesh, big ears, big eyes, big nose. So the only thing we need to do is keep our eyes and ears open, keep our senses open, understand what is sensible for all of us to do, and just take the opportunity. With this, I thank Dr. Raghuvanshi, Dr. Chava, Dr. Raju, Mr. Girish Kapoor, Dr. Rangareddy, and all of you here for joining us. And let me assure you all that the story of India continues to shine. Thank you so much.
I thought I was audible otherwise as well. When Uday reached out to me a couple of weeks ago to moderate this great discussion of cooperation and collaboration between India and G20 nations, I was very excited because this is the theme of the year, spearheaded by no less than the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. India has the presidency of G20, and you go to any nook and corner of India, you find G20 being displayed. Everything's happening in the direction, so much so that the whole world spoke about Srinagar being a disturbed area, and we had this great conference, G20 in Srinagar, which was a resounding success. And it is with this spirit that I quote the Honorable Prime Minister, that whole world is a family. Vasudev Kutumbakam, as we say in vernacular. The whole world is a family. And our outreach as a country during COVID was appreciated by everybody. I mean, we supplied medicines which were in shortage. I was a chairman for Mexil at that point in time, and Veeramaniji, you know that. You did that as well. We supplied medicines to 210 countries at that point in time, at times inviting the criticism that we might run into shortages here in India than to supply elsewhere. But then, whole world being a family was the spirit of the collaboration and cooperation. So it's with that theme that we're going to be starting this panel discussion. I'm not going to go into numbers. It'll just suffice to quote my dear friend and colleague, Uday Bhaskar and Veeramaniji, the current chairman, that out of $25 billion, a little over $25 billion, reaching up to $28 billion worth of exports to 210 out of 216 countries in the world. And those 6 countries are also indirectly supplied by distributors. So it's the whole world. 17 billion, little over 17 billion, is accounted for G20. So I think this subject is very contemporary, and the theme of the panel discussion, which has been framed out by the IPHEX committee, is absolutely appropriate as to how do we foster the collaboration and cooperation amongst generic leader of the world holding 20% of the share of the volley in the world and 40% in US, the biggest market in the world in the generic space. How do we go further from here? The base level is currently 17 billion in G20. How do we take it forward to 30? Our vision, and I'm sure my senior from my institute, Sudarshan, is going to talk about the vision setting of 130 billion, as we heard in the morning. And by 2030, Sudarshan, right, how that's going to be achieved. And that's going to be achieved predominantly from G20 nations, right? I'm not going to take much time because we have close to about 1.5 hours and we have, I think, about 13, 14 participants. So I would suggest that each one of us will have the time in mind and speak for about 5 to 6 minutes. If we still have time, we can get into further discussion here and there. So let me start by saying that, and again quoting the Honorable Prime Minister of India, that India has conquered the generic world in pharmaceuticals and in IT space also through renovation. You know, at times we speak jugaad technology. You quick fix it, you reverse engineer it, and then there you are. And that's why we rule the roost, we rule the world in terms of generic space, right? How do we move from there? You have the Bangladeshis of the world as the least developed country getting preference in the institutional business the world over, and particularly in the largest market of the world, which is US, right? You have the Cambodias, you have the Vietnams, you have the Philippines of the world who are going to give competition to India because the labor cost is much lower over there. Now, given that backdrop, India has to up the bar. And whilst maintaining the baseline of the generic business, growing at the speed at which we're growing, which should be close to about 10% or thereabouts. Currently, we are at about 3-4%. That needs to go up during COVID and post-COVID. So how do we up the bar and go towards innovation? I was mighty pleased this morning to have met one gentleman who is a singular innovator from biologics from India. And of course, I have my friend sitting out here from Sinchin, Mahesh, who's another innovator. So it pleases me all ends up that we are gradually upping the bar. And it is in this context that we have to speak about the potential collaboration in generics wherever we can. Ourselves? Do we have to reorient and re-innovate ourselves in terms of the cooperation and collaboration? And how do we get there? And in terms of today, top 10 drugs of the world in a $1.4 trillion business in pharmaceuticals and biologics, all the top 10 drugs, ladies and gentlemen, are basically biologics. We are still not there as India. We've proven the Indian might in vaccines. The whole world swears by it, stays by it. If we can do that in vaccine, why can't we do it in biologics as well? So with this backdrop, I'll just stop here and invite, first of all, Mr. Sudarshan Jain, Secretary General of IPA, and my friend, philosopher and guide, to tell us. The quick question is that you represent, as IPA, 24 top-notch companies who account for close to about 70% of the Indian exports. You are a dominant player in the domestic market also. Now, with the current global economic scenario and geopolitical positioning that we currently have, with the kind of challenges we have on price competition, cartelization, price controls in the world, and an outcry out there in certain countries, I wouldn't like to name those countries, to be self-sufficient. How do we move forwards in the generic space? What does it take India to maintain a healthy growth in the generics? And how do we move forward to get to the vision of $130 billion by 2030? Over to you,
Thank you very much, Dinesh, and thank you. As always, when you speak, always a lot of strategic thinking. What I'd like to do is just get back the vision. We want to do $120 to $130 billion by 2030. And Dinesh should remember, we strategic plan for the country for Amrit Kaal period, and we are talking $400 billion by 2047. The question is, what got us here will not get us there. And India has got the advantage in two industries. One is pharma, where we have got the advantage of scale. We supply products to more than 200 countries of the world. We understand the regulatory dynamics and the market dynamics of 200 countries of the world. It would take other countries catch up some time, but we cannot compete them at this moment. And the second industry where we have got the advantage is IT. Now, if we can combine the advantages of both IT and pharma, we can reach to our goal. And what I like to do, three focus areas given the time. One is innovation, second is quality, and third is reach. That will help us to take that. Innovation, 2/3 of the global market is innovation, 1/3 is in generic. We are good in generic space, but unless we move up the innovation ladder, we cannot reach the destination. What we are talking as IPA, we work with Pharmaceutical, we work with IDMA, we have to change the game, and it will require us to regulatory simplification, which we have been talking to CDSU. We have to talk of industry-academic collaboration. We have to talk of creating innovation clusters in the country, and we have to talk of building the talent base.
With India was up in arms against this vaccine apathy, right? So what has happened from then on, and what other initiatives can be taken collaboratively between India and South Africa? It's a very attractive market, very nice market, and there are a lot of niches which are sitting out there in South Africa. I've been to South Africa about 5-6 times, and every time I used to come back, the impression was it's going to take far too long. Now that is over. We're improving dramatically. So one, what is the patent situation out there? Number one. Number two, what are the potential areas you think that India and South Africa can share amongst the two of us to make sure that we move rapidly in the direction of G20 collaboration? Over to you, Tim.
Thank you, Dr. Dula. Good afternoon. So just to set some context, in October 2020, India and South Africa, supported by a number of lower-income countries, submitted a proposal to the WTO to suspend IP on all COVID-19 vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics until widespread vaccination could achieve immunity amongst people in low and middle-income countries. And this TRIPS waiver was in response to the hoarding of essential medical equipment by developed countries that happened at the start of the pandemic. But when the final WTO decision came, which was 18 months later, the waiver was limited only to patents on vaccines and the use of protected clinical trial data for regulatory approval. So the agreement allowed governments to authorize local manufacturers to produce vaccines or their ingredients, substances, or elements, and utilize processes that were covered by patents without the permission of the patent holders during the epidemic. And some considered this a useful starting point in terms of dealing with inequities in global vaccine manufacturing, but many felt that the decision should have gone much further and really opened up some of the limitations on patents currently. But obviously this is quite an emotive and complex topic, because how IP protection is addressed going forward will influence the nature and rate of innovation in R&D for new treatments. I think Dr. James' point around innovation is so critical here, because the patent laws play a huge part in that. So on the one hand, the purpose for lobbying for the waiver was clearly not just to address the COVID-19 vaccines. It was really to ensure that the right precedent was set in place for future equitable pandemic preparedness. So I think we all understand that there will be something in the future similar to COVID. Will we be better prepared for it? In other words, we wanted to address vaccine apartheid, which meant richer countries buying up all the early supplies, leaving poorer countries to wait without treatment or therapeutics for quite some time. And at the time that the WTO decision was taken in June 2022, of the nearly 12 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines that have been administered, only 16.2% of people in lower income countries had access to one dose only. So the waiver would make it easier for manufacturers in developing countries to override patents and export products for sale in other lower income countries. But in order for this model to become effective, the demand side needs to be addressed, which means we need to encourage global procurers of vaccines to source from African countries and from other lower income suppliers. The broad IP waiver would help other countries and manufacturers invest in developing their own capabilities and capacity, and that also includes addressing issues around quality and patient safety. It would limit patent litigation risks, and would also mean that in facing a future healthcare challenge, we'll have more manufacturers and suppliers available to address it. But however, there's another side to this argument, obviously, and that IP rights advocates point out that undermining IP protections will weaken incentives for pharmaceutical companies to innovate. And obviously, biopharmaceutical research and development costs are so high that private capital is not going to invest unless there is some kind of exclusivity at the end of the period. And in fact, the mRNA vaccines are interesting in this regard because the underlying technology that was used to develop the COVID vaccines had actually been in development for many, many years, supported by governments and by private capital investment. And it shows that the ability to respond quickly was because that technology was already developed. It needs to be extended. So by removing IP protections on the vaccines, some argue that it weakens incentives for companies to invest in financially risky technology in the future, as they wouldn't be able to recoup their investments. However, I think the one thing that the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us, that when faced with a global pandemic, we're all vulnerable. So even while some countries may be able to close borders to limit transmission, unless everyone gets access to treatment, ultimately we're not going to address the issue. So there is an opportunity now to build the capacity to address future healthcare challenges, to not be in the same position for lower income countries to have to lobby for change in the middle of a crisis. So I think there's definitely a need for the G20 countries to engage on how to look at more creative collaborative partnerships that develop capacity and resilience in the countries that need it, to enable them to respond independently in the face of a challenge, rather than having to fall back to asking for help as we usually have to. So the decision by the WTO is an important step, but it needs to go much further and consider how technology can be used to support ongoing treatment development. And for example, distributed manufacturing models using affordable, smaller scale production equipment in a hub and spoke model may be one kind of consideration. So we need to look at different processes for developing treatments, different manufacturing models. So helping developing countries build their own knowledge and capability to develop vaccines and vaccinate their own populations will have a longer term benefit and allow for a speedier response. Innovation is definitely required, and collaborative efforts between countries in the G20 should consider new approaches to sharing IP and building capacity, while also acknowledging the considerable investment that it takes to innovate. And I'll just leave you with one last statistic, which is very interesting, coming very much from an African perspective. And the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative notes that Africa currently represents 14% of the world's population. By 2050, will be 25% of the world's population. Currently, less than 1% of the vaccines currently used in Africa are manufactured in Africa. And I think we'd really like to develop that capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenda. Thank you, Glenda. Thank you, Glenda. Very elaborate, I must say that. I have just one small little quickie for you. You know, with whatever's happened in the vaccine front, do you think it's going to change the attitude of TRIPS at WTO in terms of emergency use approvals? For example, you know, we've had 18 months to wait, or 2 years after food, as we said. God forbid something of this nature happens ever. Do you think they're going to accede to it faster, or it's going to follow the same bureaucratic wrangles that has happened in the past?
I just wondered perhaps that the lesson would be that it would move faster. But I think, you know, you've got to look at it from all aspects around how do we build the capacity to be able to respond faster, because the one thing you're hoping for. But if the waivers come in but there's no one to respond to it, then you're not going to achieve anything different.
Don't you think that countries present here and otherwise in G20 could get together and lobby with WTO? But that is the need of the hour, in my considered opinion. Do you agree with that?
Definitely.
Thank you. I now go to the current chairman, illustrious Mr. Veeramani, whose organization, Forts, has recently, congratulations to him, has recently got no observations approval from US FDA. So over to you, Mr. Veeramani, in terms of being the chairman of Pharmaceutical. How do you propose that we should look forward to continuing, as we heard in the morning, that reaching a particular level is very easy, relatively speaking. It's not easy, but relatively speaking. Maintaining and sustaining it is going to be a Herculean task, because there are others who are waiting in the wings. It's like a sports. If you're there, somebody else is going to overtake you. So how do we maintain and sustain that? And how can MSME sector, which is the lifeline, which contributes, ladies and gentlemen, particularly from overseas, 40% of the exports, 80% of the domestic because of contract manufacturing to the Indian diaspora in terms of life sciences. So how do you envision the strategy for the country in terms of maintaining, sustaining, increasing rapidly the exports, and making sure that the Indian, manufacturers and MSME go to the quality standards that Sudarshan spoke about? Over to you, sir.
India is a huge country, and we have arrived here after a lot of hard work. Over the years, the products of India, pharmaceuticals are coming from several manufacturing plants of varied, around at least 7,000 pharmaceutical manufacturing plants are, and with a good background of pharmaceutical scientists and professionals are churning out this product and supplying to the world. 200 countries, reaching 200 countries means you just start with the first country to the 200th country. How many hurdles they have crossed, and how much of challenges they have to face to meet the requirement of the world. So I think this will not go down. In my view, we have made a solid foundation, and it will go on. The only thing is that this particular cough syrup issue and all is shaken up bit of this thing. And coming from some two manufacturers out of the around 7,000, but even then it has got an effect of shaking up some confidence, and I think that will also be overcome. What we want to do for SMEs, because SMEs, first of all, as we discussed earlier in the session also, we should put quality culture is most important. Building quality culture, and also putting patient in the center of things. See, whether this will be beneficial, welfare to the patient. If I, as a manufacturer, look at the patient benefit and manufacture, my workmen, my staff, everybody will come with me. Because this is not an ordinary commodity. Pharmaceutical manufacturers have a social responsibility. It is not any other. So if we are able to build that culture into the SMEs of India, which as a process has gone, we are starting it in Pharmaceutical also, and the QBD concepts, quality by design. Unless the product is well designed, it will not. That's another thing. And also other aspects of GMP compliance, full GMP compliance, full passionately compliant GMP, and other aspects of even excipients. Somebody was discussed. Excipients are also so important. So we should not disregard these excipients. If they do all that, actually Pharmaceutical is now trying to make an experiment. We are going to do it all over India, every part, more than 10 centers. We are going to run a capacity building exercise for all the pharmaceutical SMEs and all the things. I hope this particular effort will give us a good dividend. So as far as I am concerned, the future is bright, and we have to not only do manufacturing, also contract manufacturing, contract research. CRAMS business can be bigger. Not only with all countries, particularly G20 countries, and little more attention on biologics, complex generics and all. I think it's going to do very well. The future is very bright.
Thank you very much, Veeramaniji, for a great sense of optimism, and I'm sure under your leadership and today's, as usual, things will definitely look up. And I completely subscribe. I'm waiting for Mudaji at a later point in time to talk about QBD and QMS, but before that, yes, I can understand. Before that, I look forward to our dear friend Namit Joshiji from Centurion, a vice chairman of Pharmaceutical, Three very quick ones within 5 minutes. You know, there have been shortages of APIs, and then there have been PLI schemes, of which I was a contributor for a long amount of time. And things have moved on. Almost around 25-30% are in production, 50 to 60% are in the process of work in process, on stream. And some of the largest plants for KSMs are also going to be on stream by middle of this year and by the end of this year. And one of them is going to be in operation by the first quarter of next year, 2024, right? So what is it that you look at in terms of self-sufficiency? Just to quote an example, Penji, the capacity under PLI is only 10,000 metric tons. The consumption is 30,000. 20,000, you've got to look eastwards again, right? So with all this backdrop, how do you look at the Indian API export scenario, our self-sufficiency, and do you think more PLIs along with RLI, which is in the offering research Lincoln Center, right? How do you look at this amalgam of PLI, RLI, and of course, people getting on stream with the capacity vis-a-vis a big brother in eastwards in China plus one strategy? Over to you, Naman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dua, for putting up these questions on me. I get an opportunity because I have a background of the API industry. All throughout the days, we were talking more on the formulation side, and we used to feel very neglected from the API side. But COVID helped us all to get a little more sensitive towards our industry also, because there was a time when people wanted medicine. There were formulators ready with their plant capacities, but there were no API producers left because the value chain or the supply chain was emerging out of a different continent or a different part of the world. That was the time we realized that if we don't reach out to our self-sustaining model, right, starting from the KSM, this situation does not need a war. Right? You have to just cut a supply chain of the KSMs and the intermediates, and the country is gone. Like, people will die because of common infections because we don't have KSMs and intermediates. So I welcome the move taken by the Indian government in terms of introducing PLI, PLI 1, PLI 2.0, and the first PLI was announced in March 2020, and that was the time when COVID struck us, like, in a massive way. We also realized why it is important because we had a product which was independent of the raw materials coming out of China. We had a very backwardly integrated model. And during these events, all cardiac patients, diabetic patients wanted to stock that material because it's a chronic therapy. And we had an opportunity, but the API was not there, and there was extreme shortage. That was the time, since we were backwardly integrated to the core, independent of China, we realized that there is a huge demand because there is no one else who is able to produce that API and supply to formulators so that they can convert the formulations. And that triggered a thought in us, and that is how we also became an applicant for one of our API, the government of India, and we appreciated that effort, the reason being Penji. So one antibiotic, one antiviral, one inflammatory drug, and these are the three basic things which a country should be always self-reliant on. Because for any exigency, at least you should have these basic medicines to treat your community. And there where we see a huge potential in PLI, I'm very happy and glad that few of our partners, they ventured into this, and one of the big company in India has already gone ahead for the Penji. And as you rightly pointed out, the capacities are 30,000, but it includes other activities which are more to do with inventory, trading, but the core formulations, I think the capacities that have been applied will make India very self-reliant. So PLI is very crucial, but then PLI and API has to be evaluated because this has to be fine-tuned, because still, even if we have a PLI on API, but the raw material is not secured, then again the dependence on China is very high, because you import the raw material, and suppose something happens there once again, then again that API is under huge stress. So we need to expand the horizon, and we have to evaluate what all PLI mechanisms, what all PLI scheme has to be fine-tuned so that we become more and more self-reliant, because that would be making us grow further without our dependency on other countries or nations. So that is very crucial, and I encourage this move by the government of India. Very positive. Well, thanks to your contribution also during that period by sensitizing the machinery to work around this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Namita. I remember those nostalgic days when we had to struggle with the government, and exactly the same thing that you mentioned, that unless you tweak around on the PLI for API rather than plain vanilla API, it's not going to work. So I'm sure with industry leaders like yourself and Sudarshan and others, and Muddaji and Veeramaniji, of course, and of course my friend here, right, we'll have to sit with the government once again to recalibrate ourselves towards what you said. So thank you. I now call upon Mr. Anwar Wahyudi, I hope my pronunciation is okay, from Indonesia, with two quick ones. As a part of China +1 strategy, how can Indonesia, with a very strong formulation market, right, can look at India being the pharmacy of the world, and with what you heard from Namit in terms of our foray, our deep inroads into making ourselves self-sufficient to an extent vis-a-vis China. How do you look at China +1 strategy? Point number one. And in the recent years, as we heard a little while ago about biologics, biopharmaceuticals, biotechnology, etc., how is it that we in India can collaborate with Indonesia? I know in Indonesia there's a focus on biotechnology as well. So how is it that we can collaborate together to make sure that together we can do something which can help both the countries together? So over to you, Mr. Rai.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dinas Dua. I'm sorry if I mistakenly spelled. I believe this event is a presentation of our country's multilateral cooperation to improve health sector, as well as provide mutual benefit in a sustained cooperation. Collaboration is the most important thing in maintaining a supply chain of drug and APIs. Strong collaboration between both countries in ensuring supply is the key of the resilience of the pharmaceutical sector. Indonesia, with a population of nearly 300 million, more than 240 pharma industry, has an important role in ASEAN as a strategic place for investment. We know India is the world's largest supply of drug and APIs, so we invite you to invest in Indonesia. Indonesia will provide various facilities such as fiscal and non-fiscal incentive. You can invest 100% foreign direct investment for API enterprise, or conduct a joint venture with partner in Indonesia. We also provide easy licensing and various other facilities that can be obtained by investors. We strongly believe that partnership will become a decent strategic approach to achieve this goal of transformation, including to improve resilience of pharma sector that will provide both nation a better health care. This is answer for question number one. According to number two, Indonesia is currently implementing transformation of the health system, one of which is the transformation of health system resilience. One of the strategic largest to increase the production of 14 types of program vaccine antigen and tuberculosis vaccine, as well as the production of biological product and plasma derivative. For biological product, Indonesia will develop drug for cancer and other degenerative disease, such as monoclonal antibody and recombinant protein like insulin, aspart, and etc. Indonesia has 5 biological products now, and potential collaboration that can be carried out include transfer technology for the development of monoclonal antibodies and other priority products, joint research for upstream technology for biosimilar product to increase the capacity of the two countries, joint venture with Indonesia industry in terms of providing production facilities, research and development facilities, as well as product testing like master seed development, protein character nation demand for biologic product export-import finished product, I think. And now the progress of cooperation with the Indian industry is as follow: PT Sanbi Pharma in Indonesia with Biocon India and Kenway India, and then Biocon. The PT Sanbi Pharma with Wockhardt India. This is a technology transfer and production of recombinant insulin glargine. And Biopharma with Serum Institute of India, like distribution of procurement of program vaccine BCG, and then program vaccine MR and vaccine rotavirus. In this slide, I appreciate the panel session of CEO Roundtable among G20 countries representing during 9 IPHEX. And today I have seen a very rapid development on the industry in India in producing intermediate and APIs, and several industries have real connection between the intermediate industry and the Indonesian APIs industry, which need to be followed up to collaborate in supplying Indonesia. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anwar. Quick question. You said that 100% investment in Indonesia. Does it apply to the last mile? When I say the last mile, it means that if I do the bulk here of formulation, supposing there's a formulation, I do, let's say, about 50-60% here, and do the balance out there. Will that be allowed as a 100% FDR? Would that be allowed under the current rules and regulations of investments in Indonesia? Or you'll have to start from a scratch?
100%.
Yes.
Yes.
No, what I'm saying is that if I do, let's say, tableting, right? I have the granules. I send the granules there and I do the tableting there. Does that constitute 100% FDR? Is it allowed? API is allowed, I know that for sure.
Yeah, I think from
we can take that question offline if there's no, I mean, if you want to still see and come back to us. Then there are a lot of Indian companies, as you named, Biocon, right? PT Kalbe, PT Sanbe, they have Indian collaborations. So I'll write to you this question. Maybe then you can reply.
Yes, sorry. Yes, we will take a note and answer after this.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. Now I move over to Mr. Emmanuel, CEO of Belcher Pharmaceutical, Brazil. India and Brazil have enjoyed a great relationship all along, right? We are a part of BRICS, South Africa included, of course, right? How is it that we can work together for a mutual, it's a difficult question that I'm posing to you, mutual recognition between Brazil and India. PHEX has succeeded to some extent, but I have so many instances where if you're PHEX approved, Malaysia, Ukraine, a couple of other countries say, no, we'll have our own individual inspection. So that defeats the very purpose of PHEX. So my question to you, sir, is that how do we make sure that there is an MRA between ANVISA and CDSCO in this country, and to make sure that that also applies to the other LATAM countries, because a lot of LATAM countries follow Brazil in particular, ANVISA, right? And what are the potential areas of collaboration in the pharmaceutical industry of biologicals between India and Brazil? Over to you, sir.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much. Great opportunity to be here, everybody. It's a hard question to answer, but India and Brazil, as a member of BRICS, can collaborate several ways to promote a mutual MRA between ANVISA and CDSCO. I think the first thing it is the sharing the regulatory experience. India has an exchange acknowledged as the best practice in the pharmaceutical regulatory. So I think in this sharing this regulatory experience, it is the first step to help not only Brazil but all Latin America. And the second point I add here, it is to harmonize their regulatory requirements to standard of the medicines, to align the documentation and the information to to share between the countries, okay? The third one, India has a strong pharmaceutical industry, so can provide Brazil, is growing a lot, the industry in Brazil, so I think this experience of India has this manufacturing here, can promote like a tech transfer, the IPI or not, the entire tech transfer I think can be a great opportunity because always will be buying the IPI from India. And the fourth point I put here is establish mechanisms for regulatory information exchange between Anvisa and CDSCO to facilitate to share the safety, efficacy, and quality of the data of medicines. This can be a great help between the countries as well. Talk about the post-COVID. The vaccine production of the distribution in India is so huge, so this can be a big helpful as well to Brazilian market as a big country, and we need the vaccines from here. So India has a robust vaccine manufacturing capacity, while Brazil has a large population in need of vaccination. Collaboration of the vaccine production, technology transfer, and the distribution could help the vaccines to the both countries, not only for Brazil, but for the Latin American as well. The research and development can faster join research between the countries. Also is a great opportunity for us as we are growing a lot on this research as well in Brazil. And about the second question about the potential areas collaboration between industry and both nations, I think the first one will be the regulatory collaboration, industry partnership, and knowledge sharing. India and Brazil can work together to facilitate access to medicine and their population and promote cooperation in the pharmaceutical sector. So this could not help Brazil, but can help all the Latin America.
Thank you very much for a wonderful answer, because I know I've very extensively traveled in Brazil, and I totally agree with you that there are so many commonalities between what you have in Australian manufacturing, right? Europharma in particular, we had a collaboration with them. And distribution is another thing which India and Brazil can cooperate, because it's such a vast country. It's a volume-driven market, unlike Mexico, which is price-driven market, right? So that being said, thank you very much. I now go to my dearest friend, Dr. S.M. Mudda, Managing Director of Mesom Labs, who's been the harbinger of quality culture, the QMS and QBD, as I said earlier. So I have these two questions to him. What are the challenges that you foresee, not only in India, as Veeramaniji stated, amongst the G20 countries, which can be collaborated together to bring about that, quality management systems amongst all the G20 countries, point one. How can we harmonize the regulatory culture, which can fast track and expedite? Very difficult to do, but how to do it, right? And there's nobody else who's better than you to answer that question. And thirdly, and most importantly, how do we see the competition amongst us, G20 countries, to make sure that we have a free and fair competition? There is a term called co-opetition, which is cooperation and competition, globally acknowledged across the industries. So do you think co-opetition is possible amongst G20 countries? That even if we do the last mile out there, I'm not talking about cartelization at all. I'm saying, let's be fair and square. Let's not cut the prices and have little, return on investment. So these three questions, whichever order you want to follow to answer those questions. Over to you, Dr. Mudda.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Dua. We'll start with the first one, challenges of G20 countries. In fact, I did a small research and I found out that, in fact, we're very well aligned with the quality systems followed in the G20 countries. For example, 14 out of the 20 G20 countries are ICH members, and 6 are observers, and we are one of them. 16 countries out of G20 are PHEX members, PICS members. Europe and US were very familiar because these are the two regions we do maximum business from our side. So I personally do not foresee any issues or any challenges in meeting the requirements where we are already aligned as exporters to Europe and US. The standards that we are following are the standards that G20 countries follow, and therefore it is a very good platform on this in the presidency of India. I think we can really work together to see what cooperation we can bring between the countries because we almost follow the same standards. This was one point. Now, having said that, but in general, the challenges are there for our industry to remain in the state of compliance. Those are common ones. And one thing I always believe that having achieved the standards, we'll have to make efforts to sustain them. This I've been talking since morning. Sustainability and scalability, these are two challenges. Therefore, complacency cannot be allowed. And having very closely observed the Indian pharma industry, and more particularly MSCs, I'm coming to that point, there is a stark change, substantial transformational change in the mindsets of our industry, particularly the MSME. Earlier, we were manufacturing for regulators. I mean, all efforts were to comply with the regulators' requirements, while now there is a proactive approach of creating a quality system within the companies. Quality system that is driven by the top management, supported by the top management, and therefore we saw many examples in the recent times that many mid-sized MSME companies have cleared US FDA inspections with zero forward in the last 6 months, including Mr. Vermani's. The reason I attribute it to is the top management involvement in the management of quality and developing the second level leadership. So when the oversight is good, compliance is very easy. So not allowing complacency, adopting a pharmaceutical quality systems approach. Use PQS as the philosophy behind the practice. Practices will follow. In the afternoon session, we spoke of Saraswati Lakshmi. The knowledge comes first. If you go behind the knowledge, you go behind the system, compliance comes automatically. It is very easy to comply. So I think that is the point. Added to that, India's focus on digitization. That has helped. In the last 3 years, particularly during and post-COVID, we are really moved to digitization of many activities in manufacturing, in testing, in engineering, IoTs and AI. These are all now common terms in many big Indian companies. So that is going to really help us to again improve and keep our compliances at the levels they're expected. One point. Coming to harmonization, I have a little different view. First of all, I don't believe in the myth that joining ICH and becoming PHEX member alone means complying with quality standards. Our own standards are pretty good. It is all about the scale that we have, the size of the country, the sectors that we have. This was also mentioned by the DCJ in the morning, that big pharma and the MSME sector, taking everybody together. I think these are the issues we need to address. So we cannot consider not joining ICH and PHEX as a black and white issue. We have to have really very insightful understanding of what is involved in that. No doubt that joining these initiatives will help us to keep updated on day-to-day basis with the current happenings in the world and keep us at that level. But having said that, we have to really carefully consider step-by-step approach and adopt that, taking everybody along. We cannot leave MSME behind at any cost. As you said, the numbers that you mentioned, they send testimony to our belief in MSME's ability to be the future leaders, where they are learning from what has happened in the last 20 years. The culture of quality that is being implemented in the MSME sector, it is really heartening to say. Particularly, I'm in touch with many companies, advise them. So this is very good. So we'll have to really take them together with us in our initiative to join the ICH. And I have certain suggestions in that, like as and when we join, because ICH joining has again, there are several preconditions. I'm not getting into technicalities, but then tier 1 guidelines, tier 2 guidelines, uniformity across the country, our federal structure, and big pharma and MSME. These are two main challenges. That will take time. So in the meantime, step by step, we can adopt the guidelines and the technical guidelines of ICH in our system. And we have seen that many of the ICH guidelines, including impurity, now it has been included in the IP 2022. And good news is that after several years, 25 years, an Indian Pharmaceutical Commission in last October 22 has been accepted to be a member along with the Pharmaceutical Discussion Group, where they'll be working with PDG in developing harmonized monographs, which is a very good news. This, by the way, would help us to leverage IP's position to make IP as a book of standard in many developing countries, particularly G20 countries where we follow BP, USP. We can also follow IP because IP is one of the most robust pharmacopoeias, having 3,100 monographs. And now, particularly when IPC is a member of PDG, they will definitely get a global exposure of understanding what is happening around the world. So coming to harmonization, my suggestion is that we adopt the technologies and guidelines as they come in, upgrade our schedule, and I agree with Sudarshanji, but not in the format in which it is. We at IDM have been writing last several years that we have to adopt the framework which is followed by globe, and do not go by the legalistic framework that we have. Everything is law in India, but we want to expand the scope of the Schedule M. We'll have to get all the guidelines as guidelines and not as the rule. That encourages compliance. This becomes a licensing condition where if you don't comply, you are issued a notice and you can comply and upgrade. It doesn't become issue of prosecution. So we're really working on the new Drugs and Cosmetic Amendment Bill as well as Schedule M to make sure that there is a decriminalization element brings in that will encourage MSME to start complying with all the global requirements. So I definitely see this happening in real short term, and very hopeful. I mean, very, very positive about what is happening with us. Now I'm seeing our own country from Europe. I run a company in Europe, and I'm testing and releasing batches of several manufacturing units. And I feel very happy that the quality standards followed are absolutely on par, and we don't have to speak to each other. For instance, his company, I think 50 batches are released now. We don't even speak when the batches came, I came to know, but we really follow the required global standards, and MSME sector is definitely going to be backbone of it. So to summarize, what I said is that we have to tread the path of harmonization very cautiously. We just can't do. Even PICS, joining PICS is a 6 to 10 year process, where the regulator has to demonstrate the inspection system followed by the country is uniformly implemented across the country, and we really have a challenge there. But number of changes are happening in the regulation, and the mindset itself has changed. We are very quick learners as a nation, and we are very resilient about getting over any challenges that we have faced in the past. And I see this COVID pandemic period has really taught us, and a couple of, I call them surprises, not as the incidents which we have to really worry. Some unpleasant surprises keep coming our way, but we are really much more competent and confident to get over our plan. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mudha, for a very comprehensive reply. And one small spot bother that I have is that as we've gone along post-COVID, as you rightly pointed out, Schedule M, if it is implemented in letter and spirit, the revised version, as you rightly said, QBD, QMS thrown in, ICH guidelines thrown in, not statutorily, but otherwise. I think not more than 40% of the companies follow that, actually. If MSME in particular, Veeramaniji, as the initiative that you have announced just a little while ago, if that starts doing it, we'll be right up there. Do you agree with that?
As I rightly said, Schedule M has to be implemented, as Mr. Sudarshan Jain said just now, but not in the structure in which it is at present. Exactly.
I totally agree with you.
So, therefore, when we say whether MSME can comply with revised Schedule M or not, the answer is in the way we design the framework.
True.
If the guidelines come as guidelines and we give opportunity for the industry to cope up with that, we will have no issue whatsoever. In fact,
I think Udayji and Veeramaniji will do very well in making sure that it's propagated all across. Thank you.
Through IDM, I think we are very closely working with the government on this, and
excellent, excellent.
Thank you.
Sounds very comforting, I must say, what you told about Fort's batches being released. And there are many more such companies which have a similar kind of landscape. Thank you. I now come to Mr. Thomas Echnik, President of DIMAFO SA Argentina, with a question about the evolving dynamics of the pharma trade between India and G20 nations, particularly in terms of market access and regulatory harmonization. What are the potential opportunities you see in terms of India and Argentina? I don't know, good old days, they always used to say that only APIs can be imported into Argentina and not formulations. So what is the current status there? What is it that we can do to harmonize the regulations between India? Argentina is a great market, mass-based market like Brazil. So what are your thoughts about that, sir?
I think the same as you, Argentina is a great country to invest, but it's complicated. We are working tight with the Indian government now there with the embassy because we, as company, we think that Indian market is giving too much. And okay, I wrote some particular stuff that like we think that the evolutionary dynamics of India on the G20 nations are decisive because it's enormous potential that has, and also the volume to produce on this field. Also, we can see that volume increasing, and it's not only for Argentina, it's for the rest of the world that this has evolved to impressive levels in the recent years. Regarding also with the GMPs and the excellence of quality, we can turn blind eye on India on this. Also, I do foreign trade for more than 10 years, and I am impressed how also Indian government is working tight with us, also to don't have this like lack of permissions to import in Argentina. So we didn't have this support from other countries that we are receiving from India in this case. And I know from other members the same, from other companies that we are working tight. Well, what I think about harmonization, it's a must. It's a must that needs to happen. I agree with you. It's maybe in 5-10 years. It's not from one day to another. But at least if we are working together, it's a chain, and we have to work on intellectual property. We have to work in protect our companies, protect our countries. But I think it's a must. Sure. Well, the opportunities that we envision in Argentina and Latin America, not only Argentina. I was listening also to Emmanuel. It's solid. The products from India, as we see, is high quality. The volume supply, it's enough and it's good for Latin American market. And Argentina needs a commercial ally, as I said, like India. We believe in development of suppliers, and we are also nowadays changing some suppliers that we have before in other countries, like Korea or China, Turkey. And we are also looking at India again. Well, the first problem in Argentina, you know, it's import. We cannot easily import. We cannot easily develop new things because it's complicated to do investments in the long run. But as I say, we are working tight, and there is one company also collaborating with us that is called SS Innovation. On robotic. I think this is the main potential market from India now in Argentina. We're going to be with them tomorrow also, and we hope to keep developing this way. There is this second question that how do we view the impact of India generic drug export of competition within G20? Well, regarding this, we believe that generic drug export is a virtuous circle where India has important quality standards. Unlike the previous years, due to the volume and price, in order to obtain an optimal result, we believe that cooperation of different laboratories in Argentina is crucial for this. I mean, we see how India also developed in Brazil and Mexico, and we expect the same in Argentina. Like exchanging information and exchanging intellectual property, or we know the capabilities that this market has. And what we see as a potential market is to have the pharma in bulk, and also to give like a final touch in Argentina. Without this in Argentina, it's impossible to penetrate the market. Specifically, one of the key points that India has on its favor between other countries, it's like we provide $4.5 billion per year in trade market, and India provides 1.3. So our balance in Argentina is positive, and it's unbelievable to see this in Argentinian records. So it's also one opportunity, because if the balance is positive for Argentina comparing to India, it's a good eyes for the government. So, well, regarding the last question, I think it's essential to cooperate between all the countries of the G20s, and thus give action to what we are looking for, that is basically the progress of our societies. Not more than that. I want to say that I am kind of new in this field. Like, we have different companies, but what I see from the very beginning, it's we will have all this common thing, that it's the progress of our societies. We take care of our societies, take care of our people. So if we keep developing this way, it's going to be just good for also the G20, but also the rest of the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas. What you said is music to my ears, because there was a point in time when Argentina was just for API, but now I see that you're following the footprints of Brazil and Mexico, as you rightly said. And that augurs very well for the Indian industry, both in terms of cooperation and collaboration, and of course, price understandings. I mean, not cartelization at all. So thank you very much. Turn over to Oceania, to Aman, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Mr. Aman Madan, who's Managing Director of Neo Health Group Australia. Been to Australia last year. We started the process of CICA, the free trade agreement, Indo-Australian ECTA as we call it, right? Under this agreement, we visited TGA, spent more than 3/4 of the day. Sudarshan, you were there as well. And we were given to understand that TGA definitely would expedite the process of approvals. We discussed about it a little while ago. And they gave us a pecking order of, if you have Canada approval, you're good to go. If you have EU approval, you're good to go. And then in the pecking order down under MHRA, USFTA. And surprisingly, USFTA was the last one in the pecking order. So what are your views on that in terms of the TGA point one? And point two is that, this is what I told to your Honorable Minister, the earlier Minister, in Delhi, in front of our Honorable Minister of Commerce, Piyush Goyal, that the pricing in Australia at times in certain molecules, in certain therapy areas, was higher than even the US. So what is the current situation there? Why not India? Why not expedite the approval to save the exchequer, the precious money, to give expedited entry to the Indian generics? So over to you, Aman.
Thank you, Dinesh. A couple of things which you have mentioned over here are little subjective, so we might have to discuss a little later. But as the free trade agreement which got signed, it has got some specifics to it. It mentions about the implications of it. It also opens up the Indian market to the Australian companies, where they are looking at 1.4 billion people living in the country, how they can come over here. We are looking at one side what India is exporting, but that also opens up their trade. And the goods coming from Australia will be taxed, reduced in the next 2, 3, 4 years. I think it gets to zero. So there are a couple of things that is happening around. As you rightly mentioned, TGA has agreed in some shape or form to expedite the pathway. But again, that pathway is for prescription medicines, so there is no talk of over-the-counter products or the complementary medicine. It is still in the same limbo into the place. The pathway for sponsors of medicines have not been updated till yet by the FDA, and the TGA has not published any explicit documents on expedited SRA approval pathway that we have access to. So we don't have any access to anything written yet. But the free trade agreement did happen, and that also happened, I think, on the Christmas Day or 29th of December or something like that. Yeah, something like that. Everyone was on holidays in Australia, and this thing was being organized. And everyone's calling me, you have to come and give a speech over here, hang on, the police, or the radio is here and the TV is here. I said, I'm wearing my shorts, it's summer over there, right? In some part of the world, it's Christmas. Anyway, so that's happened. Anyway, to facilitate trade in prescription generic and biosimilar medicine, medical devices, the ECTA, Pharmaceutical states that item 2 in the annex is currently addressed through the comparable overseas regulators. That's what they call it, CORS. Yes. That's what we call it. This allows the utilization of reports from regulatory authorities recognized as comparable regulators, ensuring compliance with laws and regulations. So that's what we are talking about in that scenario over there. Additionally, to facilitate trade in prescription generic and biosimilar medicines, the agreement enables the use of GMP, inspection reports from recognized regulatory authorities, reducing the need for in-country inspection and streamlining the approval process. So these are, I took me some time to go through the trade agreement to pick up these points. So that's what has happened. While some progress has been made in facilitating trade in human prescription medicine, further steps are needed to address pathways for non-prescription products and other things. So these are the talks that are happening, and just it's new. It's just 6 months into the place. So we hope these things do get documented and things start happening. So that's the trade agreement. But we are looking forward to it from both sides. It just opens up a pathway of the business that happens. And that was your first question. That's right. Okay. And I will answer your pricing thing in a separate way, which is not a part of this one. I'll try to talk a little bit on what the pricing comes to be on that. So what we are talking about is Australia, how they can leverage the cost effectiveness and the quality management system and the regulatory pathways. And that's what we all have been talking about, how India can help with all the knowledge and the intellect and the pricing. We did mention about the other countries coming up, but India is still, I think, far ahead. As Sir mentioned, when we've got so many products over here, by the time people catch up, it's a long way off into the place. So firstly, this is, again, something that we've talked about, but I would like to mention. India should consider joining either the PHEX to improve the harmonization of the GMP. I think that's a very important standard, which we do not have. This will benefit all PHEX members, including Australia. This would enhance the trust and facilitate the trade. So there is a barrier to the trust and the quality we've been all mentioning about. I probably would be one of the first initial people who introduced India into Australia, the business. So I've been doing this for years, and I've made a lot of companies and sold a lot of companies over this time into the generic field, as we say, but it's still product development. Right? So we've done all these things. So to get that and to get it over the line was initially a thing, but in the last few years, the acceptance has increased, which is beautiful, encouraging. We've had a lot of visitors come over, see good factories, see sites. It does help. It does bring into something into it. But I think a harmonization of a good standard practice is very important. That brings over here. Secondly, we need to prioritize information sharing and knowledge exchange between regulatory authorities, industry associations, and pharmaceutical companies in India and Australia. This collaboration will foster innovative solutions and create opportunities for joint ventures. This is imperative to what we are trying to do, is to create a relationship. It's a joint venture, you're selling, buying, but it's not ad hoc, I'm giving you something and then go on. You want to create something that can last a little longer into the place. Thirdly, partnerships between Indian and Australian pharmaceutical companies should be encouraged. Collaboration, joint ventures, contract manufacturing agreements can facilitate the transfer of expertise and cost-effective manufacturing practices, ultimately leading to more affordable product in the Australian market. And that answers your question. But we need that thing. It's just not one day doesn't fulfill the thing into the place. Supporting research and development, collaboration is also crucial. By facilitating joint research initiatives, we can develop cost-effective therapies, introduce competitive price drugs in Australia, benefiting both nations. There has to be a reason for that. Lastly, exploring pricing and reimbursement reforms is essential. By discussing and implementing fair pricing policies that consider cost effectiveness, we can strike a balance between affordability and sustainability. Those are the two very things. In conclusion, by leveraging the FDA, promoting collaboration, aligning regulations, and implementing pricing reforms, we can maximize the benefits, address high prices, and create a competitive pharmaceutical market. This approach will foster growth, affordability, and quality in the pharmaceutical industry, benefiting both India and Australia.
Thank you, Aman, for a very comprehensive reply. When we went to Australia, we came back with 3 notable bullet points as a part of the feedback system. And that was, majority of the companies that I visited there, outside of the official visit, was that people in particular in OTC drugs like make in Australia. They don't like make in India, unfortunately. That's wrong, but true. So everybody suggested, we love make in India, but make the last mile in there.
I'll answer that question.
Sure.
So we'll put the difference there. So made in Australia is like in the VMS industry, the vitamin supplement.
Yes, OTC nutrition.
So what happened is there's a body called CMA. There's a body called CMA, the Complementary Medicines Association, which was basically head by the 2 or 3 supplement dealers, the bigger brands called Blackmores and Swiss, and with a couple of local manufacturing sites. And made in Australia was the thing that they promoted to export into the Chinese market and the Asian market.
Correct.
So that's how that thing started. So that is not applicable to the OTC medicine side of it.
Oh.
It is only applicable to the VMS side of it. So Australia, it's again very interesting, and Australia does not have a lot of capability or R&D or development or things like that in-house. You've seen that, and that probably we try to push through. And as a business, we've got now, NeoHealth has more than 300 products in the market, which we do distribute, which we develop, register, and distribute in the place. And I think by the time my R&D finishes another 2 years, we'll have more than 500 products in the market. Wow. It's a pretty huge business that we do over there. And so that's the question. That is that Australia is suitable. Your pricing gets answered, what we are doing. We are also talking about the exports to the Asian thing. Yes, made in Australia comes in handy. There's some other parts of the business that you bring stuff in that you were trying to ask the gentleman for Indonesia, how half the things come in and who are they. That is still happening in Australia for coming into the goods and getting shipped out to the Asian countries. So yeah, there are all these things that put together, but it's an interesting market. It's a small market, but a very interesting market. That's what it is. Complicated market.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're the torchbearer for India out there in Australia. 3 cheers.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Now I come to my dear friend, Dr. Mahesh Palkat, COO of Syngene. Mahesh, given the fact that Syngene is one of the largest CRAMS players worldwide, right? How do you foresee India to successfully traverse the journey in CRAMS, not only in API formulations, but also in biologics? Such a beautiful facility. I have some add-on questions on biologics, since you are an expert in biologics. What, in your opinion, we need to do to let people know, let the world know that we've arrived in biologics? Syngene is a classic example, right? And how do you envision that, we do the innovation bit faster in biologics than anything else? How do we go about propagating to the world that, look, we mean innovation in biologics, Syngene being the classical example, along with Biocon. And once we become the hub of innovation, how do we cost effectively do the bit on biologics in particular? So 3 questions in one. I don't know how you're going to manage in 5-6 minutes or whatever. Over to you, Mahesh.
Thank you, but all very interesting questions. I'll start with the very first one about the overall landscape and how the CRAMS business, the CRO CDMO sector can really be in the midst of all of this, especially as we look at traversing the whole value chain, right? Because when you think of a CRO CDMO, they're actually doing research, they're doing development, they're doing manufacturing, they're doing commercial support, and really working across the entire value chain, and then in multiple modalities. So we do small molecules, we do large molecules, we do oligonucleotides, peptides, and everything in between. So in a way, that's an opportunity that's just waiting to be harvested, especially at a time like this when I would say the overall pharmaceutical industry coming out of the pandemic is going through quite a bit of a challenging time, right? In the US, there is the Inflation Reduction Act, which is really throwing a topsy-turvy into everything in terms of how do we manage prices, how do we manage patent life, and so on and so forth. There's things that are driving innovation, which is going to be around the FDA Modernization Act and so on. So in the midst of all of this, I think there are opportunities for the G20 nations to come together, collaborate on a certain number of platforms, building on the strengths of each other. And both you and Dr. Jain started with talking about, India, from a landscape perspective, has the pharmacy of the world, that's already known, but India also has the IT talent base that we can go after. How do we merge both of this? And I think there's a way to merge both of this, which can be catalyzed through the CRO CDMO sector. I'll just give an example of one of those sorts of things, right? We want to innovate in two areas. We want to innovate in drug discovery so that we have more novel molecules that are entering the pipeline, more novel molecules that come from countries like India that can enter into the pipeline. We also want to innovate on the process innovation side, which means speed up making of molecules, speed up making drugs, especially the one that you brought up around speeding up of biologics. Let's talk about the first one. How do CROs, CDMOs play in this space? How can we collaborate as G20 nations? If we look at drug discovery, today AI ML can really change the way drug discovery is done. We are looking today, there's news about the first lung disease molecule that is fully AI ML developed that is now entering into phase 1 trials. We at Syngene have developed tools which can help drive AI ML based drug discovery to happen. Building on the fact that yes, we have a great landscape of the IT talent base that comes from India. As a CRO CDMO, with confidentiality agreements and approvals from data providers, have access to a lot of data. Of course, and then there is commonly shared data networks that you pull together, create these wonderful AI ML databases, approaches, which help you narrow down the way that you're going to do drug discovery and therefore speed that up. So that's an example. We've launched a platform called Sarchitect. We've launched another one that's called Syn.ai, which basically gives these tools right in the hands of the chemist and the biologist to make decisions happen in terms of speeding up drug discovery. The other side of it is the component of process innovation. And how do we make that happen? And how does the whole landscape of the CRO, CDMO sector help in that? Plus, how does India help in that? I think, there it's worthwhile thinking about what the World Economic Forum has done, which is to push Industry 4.0. Because when you start talking process, you're talking more what is going to be happening in the plant. They have nominated 132 projects which are considered as lighthouses for Industry 4.0 implementation. 19 of those come from the pharmaceutical industry or the life sciences industry, broadly speaking. 2 of those come from India. Now, I think that's quite impressive. When you think about, in this entire gamut, there's actually 2 out of 19 from the pharma sector and out of 140 or odd that come from India, telling you that we are able to implement Industry 4.0. And how are we implementing Industry 4.0 is by doing a lot of lighthouse examples, what is called as use cases, to improve deviations management, to improve quality of drugs, to improve the way that you can speed up your supply chain by feeding data continuously, by talking about things like what Mr. Muda mentioned here, QBD. How do we make sure that you're understanding your product quality along the way and not waiting for it to be measured at the end? Those are the contributions that we are able to do because, again, the volume of data that a CRO CDMO is sitting on is very large and therefore is able to build these loops for driving decision making. So I think, these are 2 examples that I want to talk about where it's possible to use and create these hubs through the background of what India has to offer, plus what the CRO, CDMO sector and companies like Syngene can make do. Coming to your question around specifics of biologics, right? How do we bring speed and innovation into biologics? How do we bring India in front and center in biologics? We talked about the fact that Mr. Veeramani's organization has just gone through a FDA approval with 0483. So did Syngene. Syngene's last approval of the biologics facility was with 0483s. And I think these are the kinds of stories that we need to talk about because this tells you that we are able to do complex manufacturing of biologics in a facility that is state of the art with things like single use technology, with things like digital data capture, and get it recognized through the leading world regulatory authorities. In fact, Syngene facilities got audited by MHRA and EMA, all with flying colors. And I think these are going to be more and more important. Incidentally, today, Syngene has also announced that we've increased our capacity by acquiring another facility, and we've just actually multiplied our capacity by several fold, because that's the demand that's there. And I think this demand, what we need to do to address your question is we need to apply it not just for biosimilars, but also for the novel biologics manufacturing, which is, again, where the CRO, CDMO sector comes in. Most of our projects today, if you look at it, are, in fact, almost all of our projects today that we do are working on novel molecules, is not working on necessarily biosimilars, because there's a lot of biosimilar capability and capacity that's available in the country. So now when you start to put the biosimilar capacity and capability in the country, plus the novel biologics manufacturing and the novel biologics drug discovery pipeline that a CRO, CDMO like Syngene can offer, you have the entire value chain covered. And I think that's what's going to make a difference for putting India on the map with regards to biologics. Last but not least, I think on the speed of biologics, again, AI/ML, I'll just give one example. We've done things where we can predict. If you had to do 100 experiments to find out the right conditions to make your biosimilar which has the right exact product quality attributes as what the novel biologic or the innovator biologic has, we've reduced it down by AI/ML to say we'll do it in fewer experiments, because now we can predict a lot more of the conditions to that. And I think this is it, right? Use of technology, use of our talent base, and use of the infrastructure that we have, and then talking about our track record, but it's because it's actually really, really good, and it's getting there. I have some statistics on the fact that our total core and manufacturing facility and quality facility related observations from US FDA have also gone down. 20% in 2018. Today it's down to 12%. So we've improved in what are the findings that are coming up, and I think these are the things that are going to make a difference. So I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Mahesh. Amazing what you guys are doing. We were aware of the fact that Syngene is right up there, but you inspire so much of confidence amongst all of us here that we are on the innovation track, and the way more companies emulate you, the better for the country, and the vision will come through sooner than later. Thank you very much. Now I move over to Mr. Umesh Kumar, Director, Cellchem Pharmaceuticals, Canada. A slightly longish question. How can enormous research capability of Canada can be leveraged for facilitating? We heard such a lot from Mahesh about process as well as products. Canada is known for its research capability, all over the world for that matter, right? So how can we prioritize the Canada's independent inspection mutual recognition vis-a-vis EU? So one part is the research part of it. Second is the regulatory landscape in terms of your pecking order is slightly different. EU is recognized better than US FDA. How is it that we can facilitate? Because India has the largest number of US FDA approved facilities. EU also is there, but US is right up there. Is there a possibility that the US FDA inspection can be recognized as good as, or if not better than EU? Is that a possibility? And how is it that we can align more and more with the Canadian diaspora, because we have such a large Indian population up there? You're a classical example. So over to you, Umesh.
Thanks a lot. And it's an interesting question. The question that enormous research opportunities, yes, you are 100% right. Canada is a typical country where the companies are formed just with one molecule. And sometimes what happens, they don't have funds, or they don't have the interesting result to carry more experiment to move further. So maybe, Government of India can find, create a single window kind of system and promote that kind of strategy in Canada, that companies whose technology is ready and they are not able to do further research, maybe they can partner through Government of India in India. And it will be done a fraction of the cost, and you will find many companies, many research, like insulin oral products was available in Canada. Oh, yes. So no, they were not able to get the funds to perform further study. So they move to different non-regulated market, and I think in one or two small countries they are doing it.
I was a part of that.
Yeah. So I know and many multinationals, they don't want those kind of technology to be on in the market. So if properly marketed through maybe government of either through embassy or something, so create a single window where you can publicize or you make a coordinate with the Indian companies and those companies. If you advertise it properly, I'm sure the people will come out of their offices. They will bring the technology to India, and that will create a big value to you, because if you are targeting $130 billion, so currently like Canada is around $30 billion market, whereas from generic only $5 or $6 billion is there. The rest is a branded market. So 80% is a branded market. And India is currently producing brand for India only, not for outside. So if you can bring those branding, branded market manufacturing from Canada to India, then you can reach to that number. Or the research or the product which was developed in Canada and not marketed, or by your innovative approach, if you bring it to here, so that can be capitalized, that will be patented, and those product can go back to Canada. And if product is registered in Canada, then you can sell very easily. If innovative product, either it is a US FDA manufactured facility, but registered in India, will have a access to only non-regulated market. But if the product is registered in Canada, you can enter into so many countries. Like Canadian passport, you can go without visa to 100 countries. So something like that. If you have the Canadian registration, without registration, you can sell in the Gulf market or Latin American market, and which is billions of dollars. And regarding your question for that US FDA, Canada do not recognize US FDA, so you have to go separately. And they go with EU, mRNA, and then PICS also they recognize. So that is a good thing for India. If suppose harmonization happen, then you will have an access, because India is not top 5 exporter to Canada. So you can imagine the gap which is there. It's a huge gap. So either you take RX, because Turkey is supplying, Malaysia is supplying, but small country, Taiwan is a part of PICS, but not India. So what we are missing, to fulfill those numbers, maybe we have to take some strategy. If the product is registered in Canada, it is very easy to sell the product in either UK or Australia.
Australia?
Yes.
Number 1 is Canada.
Correct. So, if Japan is there, so, some innovative approach, or if the BRICS is there, so you can tell them that if the product is registered in India, they should take it. But somehow, there has to be some innovative approach where to, take those research molecule which is on the shelf to India. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Umesh. That is an eye-opener. And listening to the fact that Canada does not care about US is amazing, incredible. Right. So thank you very much. I think, Mahesh, there's such a great opportunity in there, that research upscaled into marketable products and Indian brands to be positioned out there. Excellent. Thank you. I now come to Mr. Denefetam, I hope I'm announcing it correctly, Garcia Ayala, Director Grupo Pharma, Mexico, to let us know about such a wonderfully exciting market. I've been to Mexico a couple of times. In my old company, we introduced a new molecule in a particular product which was available in the capsule form. We converted that into a tablet form. We did a local clinical trial, and it's a runaway success. So with this backdrop, there is this new thing which has happened called USMCA, which is United States, Mexico, Canada agreement replacing the NAFTA, the earlier NAFTA. So how can India potentially leverage the situation of US FDA approvals and use Mexico as a gateway, not only to sort of expand its presence at footprints out there in Mexico, but also for the whole of the Latin American markets and North American markets. So over to you, Mr. Denfetam, please.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. In first term, let me tell you about this treaty
the USMCA before NAFTA. This treaty was made to protect, to secure the supply chain for companies and on the markets for North American companies. Then they lowered the tariffs for the trade for Mexico, United States, and Canada. Well, since 1994, when began the NAFTA, a lot of American and European companies, pharmaceutical companies, established production plants in Mexico to sell to Mexican market and the US and Canadian market. Let me tell you some of these companies: Pfizer, Roche, Eli Lilly, Merck, Schering-Plough, Bayer, AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, Baxter, Novartis, among others. Well, that's not since 1994. But in the last 3 to 4 years, among the global conflicts and pandemics, American companies and government began to talk more and more about nearshoring, not just offshoring. Nearshoring, that is taking factories outside the United States and put them as closer as possible to secure the delivery of the goods without interruptions. Well, then, this moment, a lot of new companies are establishing in Mexico. A lot, all the world. Then I see a big opportunity for Indian companies, not just for Indian companies, for every world company, to establish in Mexico right now. Well, let me tell you which is the situation for a Mexican market. Mexico imports $7 billion of pharmaceutical products, just imports. These products are mainly from United States, 30%, China, 14%, Germany, 12.8%, France, 8.2%, Switzerland, 4.9%, Spain, 3.6%, and obviously India, with 6.4%. Well, with this in mind, we can see all the opportunities that Indian companies have in Mexico, because $7 billion just for imports, and with a lot of competitive advantages from Indian companies, it is not so hard to take more participation for these imports. In the case of exports from Mexico, Mexico exports $1.7 billion right now. To where? Mainly to United States, 42% to United States, to Brazil, 9.3%, Panama, 7.8%, Colombia, 5.2%, Guatemala, 4.5%, Ecuador, 3.4%, Costa Rica, 3%, Peru, 2.4%, even India, 3.4%. Well, if you can see, the main exports from Mexico are to United States and Latin America. Then increasing the participation in Mexican pharmaceutical industry means increasing the participation in US, Canada, and Latin America, because it's a natural market for Mexican companies, Latin America. Right now in Mexico, there are more than 350 huge factories and facilities for storing, processing, and manufacturing pharmaceutical products. Mexican government has made a database with all these facilities, with its classification, to be able to find new customers and suppliers within Mexico. Then this database can be used for Indian companies and from other countries to, in the case of Indian companies, to increase its rate, participation, to find new customers. 350 huge facilities.
Sure.
I think
the biggest takeaway from what I gather from you is, will it be feasible, very quick one, just a couple of seconds, to have warehousing in Mexico and supply to all the countries, including North America, that is US? Do you think that's feasible with this new agreement of ensuring supply chain in place? You see?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Well,
we'll talk offline on that. To me, that sounds very exciting. And Sudarshan, possibly your companies, 24 topmost companies, can look at it. I have no clue, but possibly a chance, Where cost of doing business there is much, much lesser than US for that matter. So lastly, but very, very importantly, sorry because of the time constraints, I have to stop here. Thank you very much indeed. Lastly, but very importantly, sir, the Secretary General of Papua New Guinea Regulatory Authority, Mr. Osman Liko. We'd like to hear from you. Such a lovely, beautiful nation. Our Honorable Prime Minister went and met your Prime Minister in a traditional Indian way. How do you look at the cooperation in life sciences or pharmaceuticals, being a regulator, between India and Papua New Guinea? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Dr. Dinesh, thank you, Chairman of Pharmaceutical and the Director General. Thank you, distinguished guests. We are great honor to be here. Thank you, the Director General's invitations, and I think our Minister was given the opportunity to deliver the speech. And thank you, sitting among the most distinguished guests here with your eloquent elaborations. It's really amazing, and it's a lesson learned for us, an eye-opener for me. For me, as the Secretary for the Health, I'm being the regulator and licensing authority. So sitting here, it's a different ball game. In a good learning curve for me. Going forward, how do we now move in this direction going forward? Of course, our MOU was signed between our country, PNG, by our Health Minister in 2016 with Ministry for India, Republic of India, and Social Welfare in 2016. Obviously, going forward, the challenges were there. I took office just 2 years ago. A lot of other challenges that we have to meet, And obviously, one of them is having to have this MOU to be implemented. And when we have our Honorable Prime Minister of India that visited us in end of May this year, and of course the MOU was there. So obviously I had to respond to my Prime Minister that Honorable Prime Minister of India is coming. So what do we do now in this space of pharmaceuticals, generic medicines, essential medicines going forward? And the instructions from our Prime Minister said, well, we've been given a gift by Indian government. Prime Minister is here, Secretary, your job is to make it happen. So thank you for those reasons we are here. Going forward, obviously, we have 16 companies and some other smaller companies, the SMEs, doing actual procurement on our behalf, and government being the sole, the state entity to provide them medicines, the essential medicines. We have 4,000 on our catalog market, and of that, the 290 of them are basic, generic, and essential medicines. Now, coming forward, it's an issue of having our cash flow and budget, and now using the government understanding in the MOU now. Thank you, people and Republic of India and Prime Minister of India. Thank you. And now with G20, opportunity going forward, as from the government and being the regulator, put my cap on, has to be to want to procure. Now, how do we move forward? We now have the reforms in place, and obviously, as our minister alluded to, for our visit here, it's basically eye-opener. When we go back, we'll have our technical team to come over and visit all of the great companies that you have here, procurement and the export companies, and of course looking at the manufacturing plant, and we can then move forward. So let me not elaborate further, but this is a good learning curve. But the backdrop of as being a regulator, now putting my cap on to be the one to implement in terms of procurement, is obviously if concern about the adverse drug reactions. And I was really also touched, graced by the regulators that we've had in this afternoon's discussions on pharmacovigilance and how to move forward. And what really touched me and has given me this confidence now is not to certify the regulator, but the patients. That's our family. That's the bottom line. So I'm so pleased with that. I will go back with confidence, and we can move forward in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liko. I have a sincere suggestion to make from the core of my heart, is to organize a G20 conference for pharma in Papua New Guinea so that we see such a beautiful place. I've been dying to go to Papua New Guinea. I'm selfish to that extent. So it's up to you to now put on that hat. So thank you very much, sir. So thank you, everybody. Very quick concluding remarks. First and foremost, I'll be very, very objective. From Sudarshan, innovation, quality, reach, and skilling. That summarizes the vision for $130 billion for India. We then have from Glenda, the TRIPS part of it, and South Africa as a gateway to Africa, and regulatory harmonization for that matter. So thank you for that. Then we have, next one is Indonesia. Very, very nice to know that 100% investment is allowed. And it's not only API, it's going to be formulations as well. So thank you very much for that. And Visa, we share so much in common. So an MRA between India and Brazil, with similarities that we have between India and Brazil, will go miles to make sure that we get there. We get the due place which is due to us. Dr. Muda, he's absolutely a master of his art of harmonization. We are at the cusp of transition, and that transformation will happen of whatever you said in terms of bringing in the ICH, modifying Schedule M. So wonderfully stated, right? Argentina, great potential, absolutely great potential. No questions about that, right? And we will get in there for sure, whatever be the economic condition. As you rightly said, that Indian government is cooperating very well with Argentina, in spite of the challenges. Aman, you talked such a lot about Australia. We need to get there. Definitely, yes. Mahesh, of course, very exciting, very, very motivating. CRAMS, biologics, artificial intelligence. Such a lot being spoken about artificial, pros and cons. But the pros of amazing, particularly in our line of industry. The speed at which we can do the process innovation, CDMO, CRAMS business, and India is going to get there, thanks to Sanjeev. Then is Canada. As you said it beautifully, we need to get into the country with Canadian registrations and with the brands. That will multiply our entry into such a beautiful market. And we need to, upscale your innovation. Oral insulin, I was a part of that. We missed the opportunity for sure. And China took it. You know that, right? Mexico, great advantage. We discussed about it. Warehousing space for Indian companies. And lastly, of course, we heard about Papua New Guinea. So thank you very much for such a wonderful contribution. I'm sure, thanks be to Uday Bhaskar Garu.
You mentioned about unequal distribution. That point was raised by ma'am from South Africa. You
Sure.
That is very much relevant.
Absolutely, I fully agree with you. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Veeramaniji, the chairman, and of course, Uday Bhaskar Garu, and the rest of you out here in this room for bearing with us. And I think these recommendations, somebody's taken the minutes, I'm sure. You're taking care of it. And we'll document it. We'll make sure things happen. And G20 will become the most potent and powerful force of a collaboration to not only have 17 billion catapulting to about 30, 40 billion, maybe much more, which will help us to get to our 130 billion by 2030. Thank you once again, and have a great evening.
Please accept our token of gratitude. Yes, the memento presentation by our Director General to all the panelists of the CEO round table. And after the memento presentation, we'll be having a group photograph. Of course, the room is quite compact, but we'll make sure to have it. We'll manage to have a good, yes. One group photograph, then
we should hold this memento.
Sure.
Okay, you know, it's it's always fun. Yeah, see you later.